Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are on day 5 of Georgia versus Nicholas Kassotis. He is accused of murdering and dismembering his second wife. Um, on Friday, I had said that I might do post an update this weekend. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but I did find on X um, this gal. Her name is Lexi the Law Nerd. I'm going to share my screen, and she did an amazing job. She does an amazing job posting updates or posting, breakdowns of the court trials and so forth. So I would highly recommend you guys go over there. Give her a follow. She does excellent work. So here's what we'll do is we'll kind of read through this and do a brief update, and then we'll start on day 5 today. So on day 4, Nicholas Kassotis, Dr. Edward Mondor, he's the entomologist who analyzed the maggots found in Mindy's leg. His estimate of when Minnie's leg was dumped in the woods, based on the life cycle of the blowfly maggots that were in Mindy's leg, is between November 27th of 2022 through November 29th of 2022. 2 weeks prior to Mindy's body being discovered, the average temperature was 15.7 degrees Celsius. 22 degrees Celsius is the closest insect rearing temperature available in the literature. Therefore, since they used the closest rearing temperature, their estimate of Mindy's leg was dumped in the woods could be off. Doug brings up other factors that could have thrown off Dr. Mondor's timeframe estimate of when Mindy's leg was dumped in the woods, such as there being a difference in altitude, whether the leg was found in the sun or the shade, whether or not the leg was wrapped up, buried, or the access was restricted. These factors would affect the delay of the colonization of the maggots. The range that Dr. Mondor provided for the date that Mindy's leg was dumped in the woods does not account for every variable. And then we have Morgan Paddock, works at the church. He's Mindy's friend. She's Mindy's friend, excuse me. She met Nick one time. She had planned to attend Nick and Mindy's wedding, but a hurricane hit. After Mindy got married to Nicholas, they only communicated via signal because Mindy said it was important that their conversations not be read because people were after her and Nicholas. Mindy told her that Nicholas was involved in some sort of software development and they were going to receive a life-changing amount of money. Mindy told her about the security team and that Nicholas couldn't leave the house without security. She learned about Mindy's death when a mutual friend reached out to her in February of 2023. She had not heard from Mindy, but she was not shocked by that because Mindy told her that they had to go dark and she would reach out when they were safe again. Just a minute. Nicholas called one of their mutual friends and told them that Mindy died on May 12, 2023. Their mutual friend texted her the GBI article identifying Mindy's body. She reached out to the GBI because there were some crazy things that Mindy had said via Signal that she had screenshotted. Mindy was living 3 streets down, 0.8 miles away from her front door and she didn't even know. However, she's sure that Mindi would never would have put her in danger. Mindi insisted that this is the cross of Morgan. Mindi insisted that they use signal for security reasons. Mindi told her that their lives were in danger. To her knowledge, Mindi had never lied to her. She believed Mindi was in fear for their lives. Then there's Samantha Kolesnik, Nicholas's third wife. This is a big one. She writes and publishes dark fiction. So did Nicholas. Pen names are common among authors. Nicholas used Nicholas Stark. She met Nicholas in September of 2022 via Twitter. She had posted a tweet about selling her books, and he responded via direct message on September 24th of 2022 that he had purchased 4 of those books. She provided those tweets to law enforcement. They continue to engage in small talk via social media. October 2022, Nicholas told her that he was a widow and his wife and unborn child died at the hospital about 2 years prior. She found out this was untrue on the day he was arrested in May of 2023. He told her that Mindi died from blood pressure issues and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition aggravated by the pregnancy. So he had this story brewing already before she was killed in November of 2022. She did not know Heather Thomas was his first wife. I believe she knew Heather Thomas as only an ex-girlfriend. Okay, there we are. He told her that Heather Thomas was, she did not know that, okay. He told her that Heather was an ex-girlfriend who wanted to get married and he didn't, and they had a messy breakup. November 2022, they had their first phone conversation. After that, the conversation became more flirtatious and emotionally engaged. If I can zoom. Well, early November 2022, Nicholas told her that some of his belongings got damaged by water when he was moving. So she was of the belief that he didn't have a lot of things. He told her that he had a horrible upbringing. There was a Twitter direct message where he states that he was abused. His little brother, Chris, was the golden child of the family, and he experienced some identity theft issues that were tracked back to his brother, Chris, which is why his mail still goes to Florida before coming to him. I'm gonna try something else here then. He also stated that he found out later in life that he was adopted. On November 10th, 2022, he told her he was going on a road trip the next day, November 11th of 2022. Late November of 2022, she got a flat tire and Nicholas told her that he would get it fixed for her. When she arrived at the repair shop, after Nicholas had it towed, she found out that he had purchased 4 new tires for her. She found that was kind of creepy and told him that flowers would have been more appropriate. A week later, he had flowers delivered to her. December 16th of 2022. They met in person when he drove to Pennsylvania to see her. He told her he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri. He told her that he was working in a legal compliance and he was driving from Georgia to Missouri, then from Missouri to Delaware for a big merger and acquisition. After his stop in Missouri, he would swing through Pennsylvania to see her. At this time, she was separated from her ex husband, going through a divorce, and had just moved into her own residence. She was concerned about meeting someone from online, so she asked him to provide proof of his identity. He provided her with a copy of his driver's license and a letter from his employer, Apis Limited, to verify who he was. His driver's license had the name Nicholas Killian Stark, and the start date on his employment letter from Apis was February 12th, 2018. She never knew his name to be Nicholas Kassotis. She thought the company was housing him in Delaware because he was the point person for the company merger and acquisition. February 2023, they got engaged. April 13th, 2023, Nicholas filled out the marriage license application online. On this application, he indicated that this was his second marriage and that his first marriage ended by death on December 1st of 2020. There's his license. There's his Twitter. There's a conversation. And then he listed his parents as Edward Williams, who was living in the UK, and Susan Fox, who was living in California. He told her those were his biological parents, whom he discovered later in life. April 21st, 2023, they got married. He was planning to move to Pennsylvania and buy them a home. They did find a home, put in an offer, and supposedly that offer got accepted. Back on March 20th of 2023, the day they were supposed to close on the house, he left to go run some errands and get the cashier's check for the closing. The time was getting close to the time they were supposed to be at the closing, and Nicholas had not yet returned to the Airbnb where they were staying in. So she messaged him via WhatsApp and got a message back that his car had burst into flames. Good Lord. Because he actually did that. She spoke with one of the first responders who was on the scene and asked what hospital they were taking him to so she could meet them there, but was informed that Nicholas didn't want to go to the hospital. She told them to make sure that Nicholas got all of his belongings out of the Explorer. The first responder kind of chuckled and responded that basically there was nothing to get out of the Explorer. After he returned home, she took him to the hospital. She doesn't know what happened with the insurance. Initially, while on scene, he did not take photos of the Explorer after it burned. She made him go back later and take photos. When they got married, he told her that he was completely debt-free. He did not tell her that he owed Heather $1.5 million. Again, Heather being his first wife, which she was completely unaware of. They discussed having children and tried right away after they got married. So back in December of 2022 through May of 2023, in his arrest, she believed he spent time working in Delaware and Pennsylvania. They did not use Signal or Proton email to communicate. She learned from Agent Sands that Mindi was alive when they first started communicating. He also told her about Heather Thomas, the first wife. In the days following Nicholas's arrest, she contacted Agent Sands multiple times and tried to be as helpful as possible. She sent him photos and turned over Nicholas's laptop and phones. She filed for an annulment, and a divorce. The judge granted her request for a divorce on the basis of fraud. Looks like another Twitter conversation, some X conversation. They admitted into evidence. There's a marriage application. And then to continue, she never got the house and doesn't know what happened to it. She never saw the cashier's check that Nicholas was supposedly supposed to be going to get when the Explorer caught on fire. Nicholas told her that the check burned up in the Explorer. Right, dude. Cross of Samantha. Nicholas told her that he put a $50,000 down payment on the house. And then we have the next witness, which is Agent Tracy Sands, GBI special agent. He interviewed Nicholas after he was arrested. Jack Frost was with him. Agent Jack Frost was with him when he interviewed Nicholas on May 13th of 2023. The interview was over 2 hours long. He's only interviewed a handful of lawyers. Again, Nicholas is a former prosecutor, JAG officer. He read Nicholas's rights, didn't threaten him, and didn't offer him anything. So the May 13th, 2023 interview, here's their conversation. In the fall of 2015, met Mindi on a dating app, but he doesn't remember which one. October 2016, married Mindi. 2017, things were starting to get bad. He was seeing a therapist. He felt there was an unhealthy family dynamic and he needed to set some boundaries. He spent a lot of time thinking about how to frame things. Him and Chris got along when they were younger, Chris being his younger brother. Chris and Mindi had a series of conversations that went very poorly. Mindi made a political post and Chris took it personally. It was when Congressman Scalise was shot. Mindi posted about how toxic things are. October of 2017, Mindi was involved in a rear end accident that caused her to have back problems. 2018, him and Mindi started getting harassed. Money started coming up missing from their accounts. Their vehicles were vandalized. And they started receiving anonymous emails and texts of threats to kill him. Later, 2019, they left Alexandria and went to Charlottesville. The first day or two that they were in Charlottesville, he was assaulted with a bat. He had 3 broken ribs. He had found a rental home for them. He was moving some stuff in, and someone was waiting and hit him with a bat. He believes the person was his father, Wayne. Note, his marriage license application said his father's name, who is Edward Williams, and he lives in the UK. He was then contacted by the infamous Jim McIntyre, fake dude, who said he was from the FBI. Jim later clarified that he was not from the FBI. Him and Mindi were unsure what to do, so they bounced around for about 2 months, then decided to go to Hilton Head, South Carolina. They stayed at a variety of places in Hilton Head. In April of 2020, Mindi's parents, Frank III and Betsy, and Mindi's little brother, Matthew, moved in with them because Frank had knee surgery and he needed a place to recover without stairs. Mindi and Frank had an argument about them moving, and Frank and Betsy moved out. Mindi and Nicholas moved around South Carolina from Hilton Head, Charleston, and Beaufort. February 2021, him and Mindi moved in with Frank the Fourth, Mindi's brother, and his wife Megan. Betsy was living there as well. Frank III and Matthew were in Dublin, Georgia, so that Matthew could play baseball. Mindi was not working, and he was working on a piece of software on behalf of his advisor, Jim McIntyre. Jim was supposed to pay him when he finished the software project. He doesn't know the status of the project at this time. He is not working on the project. June 2021, Jim told them they had a rental set up in their names locally. While they were waiting for Jim to get the rental set up for them, Frank IV was getting impatient and was wanting to sell him and Megan's house, so he ended up filing an eviction against Nick and Mindi. July 2021, Mindi had a positive pregnancy test. However, she had some bleeding, went to the ER, and found out they lost the baby. Jim told them not share that information. They depended on Jim for a lot and messaged him every day. They messaged him using the Signal app. He saw Jim once a month or so until they moved in with Frank IV and Megan. October 2021, Frank III moved back from Dublin. Matthew went to college. Nicholas rented an Airbnb big enough for him, Mindi, and her parents on 65th Street. He had a constant issue with Jim asking him to lie and also with not following through. Jim was the one who told him that the individuals that he thought were his parents were not his biological parents. He took a DNA test and confirmed that Jim was right. He trusted Jim a lot and thought he was keeping them safe. Minnie's parents paid for hotels that they stayed in. They also had some friends help them out and pay for some. His Virginia driver's license was canceled because he was still getting his mail in Florida and wasn't notified. 2022, during one of their hotel stays, they met with Jim and told him that they wanted access to the money that Jim was supposedly holding for him for when he completed the software project. They wanted a vehicle and they wanted a doctor of their choosing for Mindi because she had another positive pregnancy test. They did not want to be dependent on Jim anymore. Mindi found a doctor who came to the house, and told them that they were having a girl. Mindi was sensitive to medications and had back problems. The doctor told her that she should be on bed rest. They considered moving to Atlanta because they thought Matthew was going to school there. In July or August of 2022, he got his Georgia driver's license and purchased the green Ford Explorer with the money that Jim had procured for him. He wired the money to his bank account, and he went and got a cashier's check and paid for the Explorer in full. Late August of 2022, they found out that Matthew lost his offer for Atlanta. Mindi thought Frank IV had put them in a bad position and had betrayed them. He checked Mindy's blood pressure every night, heard Jim. Mindi was not supposed to see her parents. Mindi would send messages to ask if her parents were in their room. They stayed in their Airbnb for about 5 months. They wanted to leave the area and discussed options with Jim. Jim wanted to get them to Missouri and change their names. September of 2022, Wayne and his uncle Chester, who goes by Chet, showed up at the Airbnb in a white SUV that day that a hurricane was supposed to hit the area. Nicholas opened the door and was terrified. His father and uncle asked to come in, and Nicholas told them absolutely not. Wayne then said he wanted Nicholas to come somewhere and talk to him. There were some workers next door doing some work, and Wayne looked over at them and got distracted, and Nicholas took that opportunity to shut the door. He wanted to leave the Airbnb immediately after that. Things had gotten bad with his family. His brother Chris didn't respect Mindi. After Wayne left, Nicholas went out the back door, locked the doors, walked down the street, and Jim picked him up. Jim appeared to be in the area. Jim then took him to Target to buy a security camera and told him that he should make a report with law enforcement. He states that he did indeed make a report with the police. The camera that Jim took him to Target to get was live feed only. It didn't record. He got alerts on his phone. He doesn't recall checking it when Mindi was in the hospital. He usually only checked it when him, Bessie, or Frank were returning home to make sure that no one was sitting out front. Week of Thanksgiving of 2022, that the Friday after Thanksgiving, Minnie's blood pressure was really bad. He wanted to take her to the ER, but she was hesitant because she had 3 bad prior ER visits. Early 2017, when she hurt her back, the doctor treated her life like she was drug seeking. 2 July 2017, she had abscess in her mouth. 3 of 2020, hospital in Buford when she had COVID. She didn't feel like the care was good. They were in the process of them looking for apartments for Minnie's parents because Minnie's father had hip replacement surgery coming up. So they were looking for a place for them with minimal stairs. Now, Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving, Mindi had fallen twice and had some bleeding. He went back to the house and Mindi wasn't there. Jim told him not to tell Mindi's parents that Mindi wasn't there. He told Jim that Mindi was going to a birthing center because she thought she would be more comfortable there. He texted off and on with Mindi on Sunday via Signal app. They changed phone numbers a lot because if he had a phone number for too long, he would get messages that they had found his new number and would send him death threats. Sunday after Thanksgiving, Minnie's parents came back that afternoon. On Sunday, Mindi asked him to pack everything up. He got a message asking him to pick up a couple of things at Publix or CVS. They got a delivery from a nearby Publix for a while, but stopped doing that after Wayne showed up because they didn't want people or companies to have their address. Hold on just a minute. My apologies, I lost my place here. He packed those things in containers. Okay, so Monday or Tuesday after Thanksgiving, he woke up to a message they should leave the area as soon as Mindi was released. So he started packing all of their stuff. She told him to pack things they would need for a week or two. She also told him to pack her Kindle, medications, adult coloring books, etc. He packed those things in containers. A man that he thought worked at the clinic that Mindi was at called him and asked him to drop off those things. He also told Nicholas to turn off his phone and use an old school GPS they had. The man gave him coordinates to the middle of nowhere outside of Savannah. He remembers a dirt road, but it also could have just been a long dirt driveway. He dropped off the containers to the man. The man was shorter than Nicholas, about 6 feet tall, in his early 30s, with curly red hair that was fairly cropped. He was only given coordinates, no address. The man said that the place was a little hard to find if he used an address. He dropped the containers off about 9 or 10 a.m. After dropping off the containers, he got back and spoke to Jim and told him that he felt that he was in a bad situation. He did not ask to see Mindi when he dropped the containers off. One tote was gray, the other was black. Those were some of the totes they used when they moved. They had 8 to 10 of them. All of the totes had lids. Nicholas doesn't recall how he got to the address, coordinates that were given to him, highway side streets, etc. The house was brown with yellow trim. It was not a huge house. He did not see any vehicles. The man came outside and took the totes and said he didn't need any help when Nicholas asked if he needed any assistance with the totes. He had spoken with Jim before he left to drop off the containers because he was uncomfortable with Mindy's parents knowing she was not at an actual hospital. Jim told him to tell Mindy's parents that Mindi was going there for a few days. Nicholas told Mindy's parents that he took her to a doctor instead of saying she was at the hospital. Jim told him that he was one of the last steps, that he was on the last steps of finding a place for Mindy's parents, and they would be leaving almost immediately after picking up Mindi. He continued talking to Mindi through Wednesday, and she said she was feeling better. Thursday morning, he got called to pick Mindi up at an address in Savannah, but he doesn't recall exactly where it was. It was a brick building about 50 to 20 minutes away from the Airbnb. The building was like an office building. It was almost like a strip mall, and he parked right in front. He drove through a residential area to get there. It was an area with larger, nicer homes. There were no signs out front that he recalls. At some point, he'll ride with them and try to show them where the building is. Let me just try to go a little bit faster here. The next day, Friday, the next day. Oh, let's do this. Someone was waiting outside and took him into an office and told him that Mindi passed away. He talked to a doctor, but not anyone he had ever seen before. He was brought into an office and told that Mindi passed away suddenly, possibly from heart issues, but they weren't sure. He yelled and sobbed when they told him that Mindi passed. He signed paperwork to release her remains and her medical records. He did not get a copy of those documents. They told him that they would contact him after the autopsy was completed. He then went back to the house and told Frank III and Betsy that Mindi had passed away. Friday, the next day, he got a call that the autopsy was complete. He was informed that Mindi had a stroke from high blood pressure and COVID-related heart damage. Nicholas said he wanted to be gone as quickly as possible after that. He didn't want to be in the house anymore. The week after Thanksgiving, he got Mindy's parents the apartment in Hilton Head. They packed up their 2 vehicles, went to the storage unit, and he moved to Mindy's parents. He left that night and drove to Jacksonville to get alcohol that his friend had mailed to him that couldn't be shipped. Mindi was cremated. He was contacted by the people who had Mindy's body and was told that Mindi had been cremated and the fee was $5,000 in cash. He stated that he was extremely upset, but he got the cash and met the man in Montgomery or downtown Birmingham on the side of the road and paid him the $5,000. This was his first time in Alabama. He was a white male, average build, 5'8" to 5'10", with dark hair. The man was in an older white SUV. The man gave him a bag with Mindy's ashes. He ordered and earned for overnight delivery. He scattered her ashes at Chesapeake because she loved it there. He also dropped their rings in. He never inquired about a death certificate, but says he should have. Now in St. Louis, after getting Mindy's ashes, he drove to St. Louis per Jim's instructions. He told Jim and Mindy's parents that she passed away, Minnie's parents told her brothers, Angela Winna, one of Mindy's coworkers, her prior boss, Joe West, her friend DJ, and Alicia slash Anisha Pryor. In St. Louis, he filed for legal change of his name. Again, per Jim's instructions, he changed his name to Nicholas Killian James Stark. That was one of the fairly anonymous one-syllable names from the list of options that Jim gave him. How he met Jim. Jim initially said he was an FBI agent. They had both filed online reports about things. Then Jim showed up at their house in Alexandria. He was at work the first time that Jim showed up, so Mindy was the first one to talk to him. Jim is a white male, late 40s, 4'10" to 6 feet, slim, with light brown hair. He doesn't know where Jim is originally from or what company he worked for. 2018 to 19, things were getting scary for them. One holiday weekend, Jim told them it would be safer for them to leave the house for the weekend. He saw Jim in multiple states when they moved around. They saw Jim most often in the Low Country, Hilton Head area of South Carolina. Jim basically worked security for free. The software development thing became a thing because Nicholas was uncomfortable leaving the house every day and he was unhappy with the position he had at the time. Jim offered him a way to make money creating software for AI analysis. He majored in computer science in college, then switched to law after a couple of semesters. He went to Charlottesville to see friends who lived in the area. Jim told him to move to Wilmington, Delaware. He stayed in Delaware for about 2 months, then moved to Pennsylvania. And then in Pennsylvania, from St. Louis, he went to Pennsylvania to see a friend, Sam Kolesnik, who became his third wife. He and Sam had an online relationship beginning in fall of 2022. Well, him and Mindy were still together and Mindy was still alive. They met via Twitter. And then in April 21st, 2023, he got married to Samantha. There were two things that caused him to stop talking to Betsy and Frank. The third, he told Betsy and Frank that he was moving to Delaware. Then in February 2023, when he was unpacking, someone stole a backpack with 2 computers and a phone in it. Jim said that was suspicious after he had told Betsy and Frank where he was. Jim told Nicholas that he would look into the situation. The Explorer caught fire in the same area where the backpack was stolen. A month later, on March 20th of 2023, he was driving the Explorer. It was harder to steer than it should have been. He smelled something and then there was smoke in the truck. He pulled over and the truck burst into flames. Sam does not know about Jim. She knows a little about this. He didn't want her to think about it. It's taken him 5 years to get to a point where he can put this behind him. Sam has one daughter. He has not spoken with her since his arrest because he doesn't know her phone number. And then the Explorer fire, his phone was on the passenger seat and he tried to retrieve it but was unsuccessful. He opened the door and fire came out. He hit his head on a tree and had some burns. He called 911, but didn't know where he was, so he had to go find the cross streets. He went to the ER later that day, and the nurses were upset at him for not coming earlier. He had burned nose hair, his eyebrow burned half off, etc. The Explorer had multiple recalls. Believes the fire started on the passenger side engine block, but not sure. The insurance company believed the fire was mechanical. They had recently asked him for the title to the Explorer so they could clear it out. Shortly after the fire, his friend, Cameron Nelson, coworker from the Pentagon and was in Nicholas and Mindy's wedding, and said that Betsy had called her and told her that Nicholas had been in an accident and died. Betsy was asking if she knew where his will or trust was drawn up. He did not call Betsy and Frank III and tell them that he was still alive. Jim said that he himself had not had any contact with Betsy and Frank III, so he didn't know where that story came from, so he should not reach out to them. This was the end of March, beginning of April, and one of the last times he talked to Jim. He last saw him between Christmas and New Year's Day when he was in Wilmington, Delaware. He still has the last phone that was used to contact Jim, but the phone does not have any service. However, the number for Jim should be saved on that phone. He never received an email from Jim. You can send files through Signal, so that's how he shared information regarding the software development updates. The Milwaukee brand knife that was also found at the scene. He goes to Home Depot in Savannah all of the time. He remembers purchasing the knife and a couple of other things. There was an issue with mosquitoes getting into the house through the HVAC system from underhouse. He brought the knife to cut the screen. He left a lot of things with Mindy's dad. The knife and the old school GPS were in the Explorer when it caught fire. Oh, with a knife sheath. Excuse me. He's willing to give a DNA sample. Jim used different cars. He believes he was probably renting them. He was in the Navy for 10 years. He's a JAG officer. Nicholas asks the agents how Mindy died. They did not directly answer him. They told him it will be in the official report. When Mindy worked, she worked at an advocacy company for the plastic bag industry. In 2017, she left that position to launch a podcast about women. Him and Mindy had some rough years from all of the moving, feeling like they were in danger, the stuff with Frank, evicting them, etc. Mindy and Frank the Fourth had a hard time getting along over the years. He has had a good relationship with Betsy. He thought of her as a mother. To the best of his knowledge, he hasn't been to Liberty County, but it's possible. Mindy read, colored, and wanted to eventually do something creative again. Great. And so that is it. So now I'm going to share my screen and we'll continue the coverage. And we're going to start over from the start of the day here. And I'm going to do some zoom. Our 1.25. Here we go.
That don't really apply here. As far as, and the state is correct that I am relying on Rule 822 here.
I may just object for a moment. There are new individuals in the courtroom. I don't know if they're present for sequestration or not. Are they witnesses of yours? Okay, just making sure. My apologies.
Let me clear. No, right? No. Okay,
Just making
dotting
sure.
the i's and crossing the t's.
Yes.
Again, yes, under the rule of completeness 822, that is what I am relying on to bring in the complete statement of my client to law enforcement. I believe, again, it's supported by Morales v. State. The rule of completeness does at times draw in things that are generally inadmissible. I also want to rely on Alabama v. State, 299 Georgia 253, Penn Site 256 from 2016. And it specifically says, it is the right of the accused to bring out other portions of the same conversation, even though it is self-serving in its nature or exculpatory in that it justifies, excuses, or mitigates the act. So, of course, the lie detector test wouldn't normally be admissible. I know the state cited the case of Parfenook v. State in support of the state's position regarding lie detector tests. I'd argue to the court that that is not the same circumstance. That is where the state attempted to bring in the results of a lie detector test, stating that the defense had opened the door. We're not trying to get the results of a lie detector test. All we're trying to do is get the entire statement that my client made to law enforcement, entered into evidence, and submitted to the jury. I think it's very important also, this particular lie detector test, because my client is, and this is, law enforcement is just doing its job. I'm not criticizing law enforcement, but they are repeatedly telling my client, he's a liar, you're lying about this, you're lying about that. And in frustration, exasperation, attempts to clear himself, he says, effectively, give me a lie detector test. And I think that needs to be played in for context in order to understand the fierceness of his resolve in saying, I didn't do this, I'm not lying. So I would ask again, under the rule of completeness, that be admitted to the court, to the jury.
All right, well, defense counsel has cited Rule 822, which actually refers to an admission. And the Morales case talks about Rule 106, which is almost identical to 822, except Rule 106 states as follows. When a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of the recorded statement, which in fairness should be considered contemporaneously with the writing or recorded statement. The commentary says that the rule of completeness is intended to eliminate the misleading impression created by taking a statement out of context. And this is accomplished by allowing into the record relevant portions of the recorded statement which clarify or explain the part already received. I don't believe that a reference to an inadmissible polygraph test is necessary to complete the context of this.
When summer goes sideways, you can tell it off that, whether you're on a
are absolutely inadmissible. The offer to take a lie detector test, I think, is likewise inadmissible. I agree with the state that that reference to his wanting to take a lie detector test is not necessary to complete the context of the statement. The court's going to rule that out.
May I have a continuing objection?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in light also of that, I would point out, Mr. Weinstein and I have spoken about playing the video in its entirety, and I'm certainly not trying to prevent that. What I would say, Judge, is that at the end of the last portion, the defendant is cuffed and shackled and escorted out of the room.
I don't think that would need to be redacted.
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't you agree that should be redacted?
Oh, absolutely. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Yes.
Well, I'm bringing it up because it wasn't asked of me, so I want to make sure that I don't play past the point that counsel specifically wants me to stop. So I would ask if we could just take a moment for Mr. Weinstein to go to the end of that tape and see. We also have time in the middle, Judge. I was going to ask if it was permissible to the court. There are technically two sections in that they've been recorded on two separate files. The first portion is where Agent Sands and Detective Frost are physically in the room with the defendant. There's an overlap period where the second picks up and they just recorded it additionally. I was going to ask that we play the first hour and approximately 10 minutes. We would take a short break. And at that point, we would then be able to play the second portion, which unfortunately is about 50 minutes. So we're talking about a total of 2 hours, Your Honor. And at that point, counsel, if you want to just tell me where on the video you would like me to stop so that it's preserved for the record, because I don't want to play past what he might potentially have objections about after the fact.
Well, I can tell you in the court right now that if you'll stop on or before timestamp 2:06 p.m., then 2:06, I guess 00 p.m., then you will not get into the portion of the video where my client is handcuffed and led from the room. You might, we can discuss maybe even stopping before that, because there's some dead time where my client is just sitting there. It would be a waste of time to just play video for the jury where he's just sitting there. So we can find a more exact stopping point, but sometime before 2:06.
The other thing is, Judge, at the beginning of the second portion, there's approximately 8 minutes where the defendant just sits there. That's the period I was referencing that was the gap in time between Detective Frost asking the additional questions. I will play whatever I'm instructed to play, Your Honor. If it's the entire, they're gonna sit here through 8 minutes of us doing nothing.
Any problem?
No,
Just going straight through that?
No, we absolutely want to get rid of that first 8 minutes, because again, that's a waste of time for the jury and the court. So that initial 8 minutes before Detective or Investigator Frost, I guess, or Detective Frost enters the room, that does not need to be played.
Okay.
All right, so Judge, I just need a moment.
And also, I guess I'm not exactly sure how the state is going to deal with redacting those particular statements from the testimony that they play, but I'd just like to review that redaction prior to it being played for the jury.
Well, Judge, the only way I can do it at this juncture would be to simply turn the sound down when he says that. I don't know, because it actually has not been cut, obviously, from the video. I will say it this way, perhaps without trying to sound inappropriate. If I make a mistake, the only person it hurts is me. So if it gets played and the jury hears it, it's of no consequence or loss to the defendant. The court has ruled it out as not admissible. They want it in. So if for some reason it does inadvertently get played, Your Honor, I don't see that being a problem. Would counsel disagree with that?
No, I guess I don't disagree with that. Explain it only affects the state. My only concern that I'm trying to come to grips with at the moment is where he's essentially, how do we explain this to the jury, where he's moving his mouth and all of a sudden he goes silent for a little bit? The logistics of that, I'm not sure how we're going to work that out.
Historically, Your Honor, my understanding is that the court has given a limiting instruction to the jury saying that the court has made a ruling that a portion of the content was not admissible for them to consider. That's how we've done that in the past.
We have any problem with that, Mr.
I have
Weinstein?
no problem with that instruction.
And then that doesn't throw favor to either side, simply
Right.
that the court has made the ruling.
Right.
Your Honor, additionally, I am providing counsel a copy of the PowerPoint from Lauren Satcher, the tool marks officer. These are all photographs that he's previously received, but they do include photographs that I intend to specifically use. He has received them, but I'm giving him that copy in advance. Your Honor, there are bones that are on that presentation. It is the bones of the deceased. We've had quite a long conversation internally to determine whether or not we think that that was in some way indicative of something of concern. We are not going to object at this point simply to that being demonstrated to the jury on the teleprompter, because I don't believe that they demonstrate what appears to be her physical remains, Your Honor. They are, just so we're clear, approximately 2 to 3 inch segments of a bone, not attached in its entirety, and the examiner will be able to articulate what is displayed and the steps that she took in her examination. I don't imagine counsel objects, but I don't know how he feels about that.
Yeah, I don't object to this is the first time I've seen this PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate the state getting it to me in advance. I have no problem with the use of this PowerPoint during the course of the testimony, but as far as the additional remarks that are on the PowerPoint outside of the photographs, I would not want that going back to the jury.
State anticipated that. I have actually printed out, and I can show them to counsel now, the actual photographs minus any additional information that might be considered continuing witness. So these would be the actual photographs, not her commentary on the photographs. So counsel can take a look at those now if you'd like to.
So just to clarify, this will not be going back to the jury. correct?
I'm not
No.
asking that the PowerPoint go back. It's
The
just
photographs.
the photographs
Just the
themselves.
photographs.
And I would have no objection to these photographs.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other issues that need to be addressed?
Just
before-
one, Your Honor. With respect to Agent Sands, he testified only to the introduction of the statement. He will then have to obviously introduce the second statement. I don't know if Mr. Weinstein would like to cross-examine Agent Sands now, meaning at the conclusion of these statements, or if he's waiting for him to finish his full testimony, because obviously, as I've indicated, I anticipate having him return to his chair and not do his full direct examination until the conclusion of the state's case. So I don't have an objection to either if he wants both or one, but
No,
I just want to know what to do.
Yeah, I will wait till the conclusion of the complete testimony of Agent Sands before I begin cross-examination.
Very well. All right, anything else, counsel?
Just one moment while I try to figure
Sure.
out how to do this, Judge.
Sure.
I will actually attempt to, if I'm unsuccessful in being able to turn the sound down.
I don't even want to think about you being unsuccessful, counsel.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I meant simply, if I'm unsuccessful in preventing that from being played, it is legitimately 2 seconds on both sides. And as the court is aware of technology, I don't have an audio feeder here to adjust the sound. It will literally be me turning the sound down on my monitor, which, as you can imagine, is difficult to accomplish. If for some reason I'm unable to do that, my request would be that we not give the charge, obviously, until we charge at the conclusion of the case. I have a jury charge that I will show counsel that's proposed, simply indicating that that evidence is otherwise not subject to reliability. There's case law on that too.
If the state knows the specific timestamp where those statements are made and wishes to pause the
Yeah,
video.
why don't we do that? Just pause it and then.
I can do that. The problem is that it doesn't like to always start up right after that, Judge. So then I have the game of trying to get it to start again at exactly the right time. So that's my concern. I will do my very best, Your Honor, to simply adjust the volume is what I will do.
I leave it to the state.
All right, we'll hold our breath. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Yes,
right,
Your
let's
Honor.
bring our jury. All right, everyone, please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you enjoyed what was a very wet weekend at my house, and I'm sure it was at yours, but at least you had a nice break. I do want to confirm that everyone was able to abide by the court's previous instructions regarding access to media coverage. Any problems? Everything go well this weekend? All right, very well. Well, thank you for your cooperation in that regard. We'll go ahead and get started. Ms. Bayo, you may continue.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would recall Agent Sands to the stand.
He's already been sworn. He's previously sworn. You can just have seats.
Agent Sands, good morning.
Good morning.
And obviously, you know you are still under oath, correct?
I do.
Okay. When you testified on Friday, I believe we had just completed the May 13th of 2023 interview at Lancaster. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did there come a time when a second interview was conducted with Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May 26th of 2023. Did you have an interview with him at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that interview conducted?
That was here in Liberty County at the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, specifically their investigator's office.
Okay. And does that room have audio and video capabilities?
Yes, it does.
Did that interview get recorded with an audio and video device?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present for the interview?
Myself and Detective Jack Frost, as well as the defendant.
Okay. And at that time, you heard testimony from Detective Frost concerning the Miranda waiver. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you read him that Miranda waiver as well?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is all of that captured on the actual video?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you asked him those questions, was he responsive?
Yes, ma'am.
At any time, did you threaten him?
No, ma'am.
Did you make a promise to him that he would get some benefit in exchange for his statement?
No, ma'am.
And all of what you spoke to Mr. Kassotis about, is that actually captured on the video itself?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
There are no conversations outside the scope of the video?
No, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to play and introduce what is on the Exhibit 1.101 device USB that is already in evidence. I have shown it to counsel. It is the file folder labeled Statements Kassotis, May 26, 2023, LCSO for Liberty County Sheriff's Office. And this would be labeled Interview at Liberty Sheriff's Office, May 26, 23.
Yes, ma'am. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, I'm now going to play that video. If it pleases the court, Your Honor, at about an hour, this will complete. Can we take a short break then, and then we'll play the second portion?
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Hey, sir. You got here for me. I never thought I heard an ask you needed water or anything.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Remember last time we talked? We talked about discovery and talking about the doctor's office and that.
Yeah.
Before I do that, I'm reading your rights again. I know even though you're an attorney, we still go through the same procedures. used to be an attorney, yes.
Yeah. I'm not there.
You understand you have the right to remain silent.
Yes, sir.
Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have a break with you while you're being questioned.
Yes, sir.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, you won't be appointed to represent you for any question if you wish.
Yes, sir.
And you can decide any time to exercise your rights, not answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes, sir.
And you understand your rights. Are you willing to talk to us?
Yes, sir.
I'll read through it first, naturally.
Would you want me to sign it, or-
Yes, just sign it.
Okay. Sorry.
I was playing right.
That's fine, sir.
You good?
Yes, sir.
Been treated fairly with everything?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we'll continue to do that way. Good. All right. Do you have any questions of me first?
I don't know, my head's kind of spinning. It's been about 2 weeks. I don't think so. Do you know where my dog is?
I do.
Okay.
We'll answer that. Let's say that to later. Your dog's safe and good.
Okay.
Been taken care of. Back to where we kind of left off, the doctor's office. Tell me about the day that you got called to the doctor's office.
Yeah,
Who called you?
I don't know, somebody, I got a phone call. I forget from who. I don't know if it was somebody I knew or not, asking if I could, I don't think it was somebody I knew, asking if I could come and pick her up, that afternoon.
Okay.
Around, I think around 3, but I'm not exactly sure. I might have been like around 3, I'm not exactly sure. Her dad had surgery that week. So a little, I can normally tell basic times based on stuff like that. Him coming and going.
So this was before he had surgery?
No, he had surgery. Actually, he had surgery either that day or the day before.
So he had surgery that day or the day before?
Yeah. So it was different. So he was in the house.
Okay. So he was there, so dad was at home,
Yes.
and got a call to pick up him.
Yes. Yeah, I got a call. I think sometime earlier that week. I'm not exactly sure the time.
Okay.
I left shortly before, maybe half an hour before,
Okay.
and was driving there, and it hadn't gotten very far. I got a call saying that it was actually going to be a little bit later.
Okay. Still don't know who called you.
Yeah, I believe it was somebody from the office.
Okay.
And at that point, I wasn't really sure what to do in terms of my time. I drove out. I think I drove out towards that way a bit, and then I went and ran a couple of errands.
What errands did you run?
I think I went to the pet store.
Mhm.
I'm not sure where else I might have gone. But I'm pretty sure I went to the pet store.
Okay. So how far is it from the pet store to the doctor's office?
I think 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. And from the place you were residing, how far would you say would be the doctor's office?
I'm not sure. I only drove it coming back, and I'm a little unclear on how long it took.
But, so you had to drive there, but you kind of circled and made several routes.
Yeah.
So roughly, would you say it was like 2 hours or?
I think it was potentially longer. I was kind of just moseying around waiting for a call.
Okay. So would the doctor's office be in the Savannah area?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And was that Savannah or Savannah area?
I don't know the difference, sir.
Okay. But somewhere near Savannah. So if we were at the house you were residing at, how far would you say would be the longest range for that doctor's office?
25 minutes.
Okay. So once you arrived, what?
I pulled in, there was a spot, and there was a man, I could see a man standing behind the door.
Okay.
It was a glass door. And as I stopped, he opened the door.
Okay.
He came out and he gestured towards me. It might have been later than 2 hours. I don't know. I feel like I don't know what time it gets dark, but I feel like it was getting dark at this point.
Okay. Then what?
I walked in, he brought me a short distance, I feel like it was almost immediate from the door to an additional door on the right-hand side.
Okay.
I feel like there was some kind of, it might have been through another door, there was some kind of a lobby area or open area to my left.
Were there other patients in the waiting room? Or?
Not that I noticed, but there might have been. I didn't walk through a waiting room, I kind of came like directly in and then.
You know what happened?
He sat me down. I assumed I was gonna get some sort of instructions, you know, like she can do this, she can't do that. You know, I had been doing, I mean, my days were taking care of her. You know, I was like waking up in the morning, you know, helping her out of bed every time she went to the bathroom.
And how long did that been going on?
That had been going on since I would say early November.
Okay.
You know, she was having trouble sleeping, which I don't think is uncommon. You know.
So what happened next? What did he say next?
I sat down and he said that he was very sorry to tell me that Mindi passed away suddenly.
Okay. But he wasn't the doctor.
I assumed he was the doctor.
I said. So he said Mindi had passed away.
Suddenly.
Then what happened?
I was extremely upset. I thought I was coming there just to pick her up and bring her back. He said he wasn't sure what had happened, that they were gonna find. I asked what happened. He said he wasn't sure. They weren't sure what happened. Whatever it was, it happened very suddenly. And he said that that they were gonna find out. He said he had some forms for me to allow all that to happen. To allow them to do it, and then and something about her, you know, her what to do with her afterwards.
Okay.
I had an argument about that one later.
Okay.
I don't know how long I was there. I know I was really upset. I don't feel like it was too long, but I'm not sure. I left.
Before you left, did they let you go back and see her?
They did not.
You didn't ask to see her?
I asked if I could see her, and he said not right now. I thought it would be. I thought it was because of maybe like the autopsy or something. I assumed I would get a chance to see her multiple times, and I never did.
Did you get any copies of this paperwork, or did you get this paperwork?
No, I signed it. I was extremely upset. I didn't know what to do. I went straight back to her parents and told them.
Okay. So that's the same day you went straight back to your parents?
Yes.
Okay.
So Frank and Bessie?
Yeah. We were all living together.
So you didn't get to see her?
I did not get to see her, ever.
Could it be because you were looking down the entire time, like you have the entire time that you've been talking to me?
It's possible.
Okay.
I tend to look down when I'm in my head a little.
You realize I've been doing this 28 years?
I didn't say.
All right, so then what happened?
I went back and I talked to. I told both of them. Her mom and I cried together.
Okay. So when Mindi had called you about taking the 2 tubs, what day was that?
She had called me. She sent me a message. She sent me a message on Tuesday. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday morning.
You're not really sure?
I'm not 100% sure that week.
Could that have been the same morning you got the knife?
Yeah, I believe it was. I believe I ran a couple of errands on the way out. I believe I got gas. I believe I stopped at Home Depot.
Where'd you get gas at?
I don't know. It
Was that on the long trip to drop the tubs?
No, it was before. I think it was one of the first things I did. But it wasn't.
You told me earlier that Mindi asked you not to carry your ball. But you did carry your phone.
Yes, yeah, no, yeah, so I was asked not to bring my phone out to the place when I was in the Savannah area, I had my phone with me.
But you still had your phone with you.
Yes,
Okay. But you still had your phone with you when you went out to the place.
yeah, I had it, it was turned off.
Even though Mindy asked you not to carry your phone.
My understanding was that it's just gonna be on.
Okay,
Yeah,
so just turn off your phone.
yeah,
Okay.
that's my understanding.
But you did have it with you,
Yes, I did have it with
but
me.
you just turned it off.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice your car has a phone?
I did not know my phone was a phone.
So they didn't tell you at the dealership about AT&T service?
No, sir.
What did you put in the box again?
Electronics, her laptop, some books, clothing, shoes, toiletries for both of us. She wanted makeup, perfume, basically everything we would need for.
Your stuff too, though. So you
Yeah.
had one with yours and
One
one
of
with
mine
hers.
with her, but as normal, when we packed, it was one and a third with mine, or one and a third of hers, and probably 2/3 of mine.
But so why would you drop your stuff off when you could have your stuff anywhere? Why was that being dropped off?
I assumed that this had something to do with us leaving Savannah. We had weird things that we've been asked to do before we moved locations and things like that, and I assumed it had something to do with that.
All right. Did you kill your wife?
No, sir.
Okay.
I swear to God, I would.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
I saw my wife on Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving.
You did not kill your wife?
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, sir.
And you know about the preponderance of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Yes, sir.
We're way beyond the preponderance of evidence. Okay. We talked about this.
Yes, sir. I told you where that knife is.
Okay. You remember that building?
No, sir. Okay, sir.
You remember the one down that road, down that dirt road?
A little, I don't know, sir. I'm not sure that I did.
Nick, did you love Mindy?
Yes, sir.
Did you love her parents?
Yes, sir.
Frank, that's it?
Yes, sir.
You want to help us put all this together?
Yes, sir. We're gonna,
We need you to be truthful with us.
sir, I'm being 100% truthful.
Is that right?
Sir, yes, I am.
Your phone, your car's phone, the videos. I mean, who else has a look at on a 25,000 acre property and get captured on video? The 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs,
And tonight?
your DNA.
Sir, I did not hurt my wife.
Did you dispose of it?
No, sir.
You did.
No, sir.
And all evidence is showing that.
Sir, I
And
never.
your elaborate 2 hours of story that you gave in Pennsylvania, you know how many items, you being an attorney, you should realize, how many of those can be disproven?
Sir, I have not lied to you at all.
You've been living the web of lies for a long time.
No, sir.
That's when your finances, when Jim McIntyre, all these people, the Microsoft stuff.
I think Jim has lied to me for a long time. I do believe
I
that.
don't believe it exists.
Sir, Jim absolutely exists. I don't know if that's his real name, but he absolutely exists. I mean, the things that we did for years, the places we went,
You did to get away from the judgment from Heather.
no, sir.
So you didn't know you were wanted and on the run from Heather and the judgment, the civil judgment.
No, sir. Jim told me that I've been taken care of.
How did Jim take care of that?
I don't know, sir.
You didn't feel a responsibility to pick up the phone and say,
What last I told people I was
same story, that she got pregnant.
And if that's the case with your online stuff, why start a new relationship with somebody else?
That's a medical certainty. She was not pregnant. The doctors that you're saying that she went to, that just, you don't.
When life's a circus, Teladoc Health can help you juggle it all. Your doctor's visits can now happen in the middle of
For a thyroid problem. You never mentioned doctors that you visited.
I don't know the last, I do know the last time I visited a doctor, sir. I visited one in probably 4 or 5.
What about the CVS pickups for medication?
Yeah, I would routinely pick up her medication.
Just been prescribed by a doctor?
Yes.
That's not the doctor you would take her to, or that would know about her death?
No, those were medication refills. We did like a telehealth thing.
More stories. I mean, just kind of elaborate stories to exist. But the point is,
So
you killed Mindi.
You can look at the CPS.
Why did you kill Mindi?
Sir, I didn't kill Mindi.
You killed Mindi.
I did not.
All the evidence shows that you killed Mindi, and we'll continue to show. It's kind of like a 1,000-piece puzzle. You burned some of the pieces. You've thrown some of the pieces away. We'll never have all the pieces. It's very clear. You made that absolutely sure we won't have the pieces. But we got enough to see a very clear picture and to show that picture to a jury. And that jury is going to conclude one thing, the same thing I'm telling you. You killed Mindi, no doubt.
When you placed her body out there, you did us some favors. Where you placed it, it preserved some things. You weren't expecting her to be found so quickly.
Sir, I never saw her after she died. I never hurt Mindi.
You did hurt her.
No, I fed her. I helped her out of bed. I did.
You had started a new relationship with somebody online.
I was flirting with someone online.
You were running out of options. You were running out of funds.
No, sir.
Did you discover the lie that Mindi wasn't pregnant?
No, sir.
She wasn't.
I thought she was pregnant.
That Jim is so good at his job of protecting you. Why would he not protect her? Why would he not come forward with any evidence now?
I think Jim lied to me about a million things.
Why would he not prevent your father from being able to find you?
But I don't think Jim was telling me the truth about anything.
Because he did exist.
He did exist, sir. We did everything for years.
Remember the day when your father shows up?
Yes, sir.
You drunk jet.
Yes, sir.
Tell me you left the back door.
Yes,
Not the back door.
Yes, sir.
So you leave, you're so afraid because you thought he had beat you.
Yes, sir.
Where was Mindi?
She said there. He hadn't seen her.
So you cared so much for her, you left her in the house when you were running out the back door.
No, sir. She knew I was leaving. Like
But you
Natalia.
didn't stay there to protect her.
No, sir.
But you didn't call 911. You didn't call for any help from anyone.
No,
You walked down the alley.
we called for help for Jim, who we depended on for
Let's
everything.
play back, because just the other day you said you didn't call, but he found you. He found you in the parking lot at the hospital.
Yeah, we had, I forget if it was a phone call or if it was a message, but I didn't.
That question was asked very clearly and asked twice. Did you contact Jim that day? And you said, no, he picked me up in the parking lot. Absolutely, there was no messaging from the time you walked out the back door down the alley.
I did not understand that question.
Okay,
You didn't just like, no.
The question is, how did he know where you were? It just appeared out of nowhere. He's followed you in multiple states and he just appears. So are you alleging that Jim killed your wife?
I don't know, but I think it's possible.
Okay. So, and the doctors conspired, they created this fake doctor facility of a name that you don't even know, a location you don't even know.
So I would pick up for
And you actually see your wife, it just so happens your phone, even your car, showed clearly where you were at, down this long dirt road that just happened to pass a camera and tracks your every movement. To stop at the marathon store off the interstate where you swiped your car. All those records, purchasing the knife to go do mosquito work.
in November.
Yes, sir. You
And
can find
that exact
the
knife, that exact knife, 2 hours later, ends up.
Sir, I told you where that knife is.
That knife's not there. I know exactly where that knife is.
Sir, I told you that knife is in the back of that.
So I give you my records.
You got right. Exactly.
It was found out there with a black coat.
So you can continue with the web of lies in the story. There's always reason for things. Is your reason that you're just a vicious killer and decided to kill your wife, or did y'all get in some kind of argument? What was your motive for killing her?
I never heard of it.
The story is not what you're telling. Why is it so different?
What do you mean, sir?
Your elaborate story of on the run all this time and all the periods of stuff and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her that the record shows, the evidence shows, the DNA shows? Why is all that? Is you're being set up, is what you're saying?
I don't know. So I don't understand.
So your phone and your own person that you said was turned off,
Yes, sir.
still goes to those containers on a property that's 25,000 acres down the dirt road, 40 minutes from the house in Savannah. That matches the GPS, all the stuff matches. That knife that you purchased at Home Depot ends up there as well. The cleaning, the purchasing, the credit card swipes, the story that continued, the lies that you told to many others. Some people who you think are still on your side are actually some of the best witnesses against you. They know the story, and they're going to tell that story when they testify.
The Capital One card you're using for all these years, in food, takeout, lodging, paying for all the places, the Airbnbs, the Verbos you stayed at, we have all those records.
Yes, sir.
And the Renaissance, the current setup.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying this big, everybody's created all these records of items that were on your person on that same very day, in the same very vehicle you were driving, at that location. You know what the coincidences of that were, and the chances or probabilities of that happening?
So none
Just
of
like
that,
you're
none of this feels random.
landed into this room right now,
Yes,
that ain't gonna happen.
Yes, sir. None of this feels random to me. But I don't understand it, but I know where that knife is.
Okay. So now let's move on. The knife has nothing to do with anything. The day that you bought the knife and traveled down the road, where'd you go?
I left, I stopped for gas. I stopped at Home Depot. I believe I stopped and talked to Jim.
With Mindy's body in the car.
No, sir. No, sir. And then I drove out there.
Out where?
I don't know. I believe I had an address to the church, and then I had a GPS location after that.
The first story was you had GPS coordinates.
Yeah, yes.
You mentioned nothing of address, I mean.
Yeah, so, but I'm trying to think about this. I believe they said it was a church, like, not to pull in, but I believe it was like a wayland.
Believe they said. So Mindy didn't tell you this?
I forget exactly.
So you forget all, it's back to the same story. It's easier to remember. Tom Sawyer says this. It's easier to remember the truth. While we're talking here today, so many more lies keep coming up.
No, sir. Sir, I've done weird stuff for years.
So back to your travel to the day that you bought the knife. Yes. Where'd you go?
I stopped for gas. I stopped at Home Depot. I believe then I stopped and spoke to Jim. And then I drove to the location I was supposed to go to.
Okay. Well, what did you do there?
I stopped. A gentleman came out of the house.
The 40 minutes that you were there, there's no house at that 40 minutes that you stopped at. So I think we can cut the house out if you'd like. So you don't have to remember a house because there was no house.
I stopped at a house.
How long did you stay?
I'm not exactly sure. He talked to me for a couple minutes about something he was doing. He had some stuff in his front yard.
Okay, so what else did you do?
I asked if I could go to the bathroom. I peed behind a tree. He directed me over there. I removed the things from the back of the car, and I don't know.
What were the things left? You said you removed them from the car at his house. Where were they left? Like just on the ground?
Yeah, he said he would take care of them.
Okay. How close to the house?
30, 40 feet.
There is no house, remember.
So I stopped at a house.
You may have stopped at a house, but when you took the containers out, there is no house.
There's a reason why that keeps sitting in your head. You said Pennsylvania, you took them out, you tossed them, so I set them in the dirt. I set them in the dirt. The gray and black container. And it wasn't your personal property that was in those containers, it was Mindy.
No, sir. But I packed those containers myself. Sir, laptop.
You did pack them yourself. If your wife's dismembered body,
Sir, that's not true.
that is true. You had them in your car when you drove down that dirt road.
Sir, that's not true.
That is what you placed in the dirt, 30 or 40 feet off the roadway.
Sir, that is not true.
It is absolutely true, man.
Exactly what the record showed.
Sir, that's not what happened.
I don't know what you know about the country and dirt roads and the properties you all owned. If you've ever been to that property before, but you happen to hit the security cameras on the interest of 25,000 acres, which is a very large property. Your phone in your vehicle's phone, everything, every stop is recorded. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She says I,
So your 40 minutes that you're there, you're at the exact same spot where your wife's torso is found. The other stop where you dug with the shovel
And hit roots.
and hit roots, that's recorded on the very same information. The next spot that you stopped and buried her skull is covered, the exact same stuff. Even the next spot with the leg is covered. So the stops are, I mean, it's like, watch it on TV. It's not, there's no issues here. It's very clear.
so
The big question
that
is,
happened.
the very question, big question, is even the pictures, there's pictures of them going by on a property. You may have seen the log truck ahead of you. There's a big truck hauling wood. Guys that spotted you down there. The big question is why. It's no longer if.
Sir,
The big
I've never
question,
hurt Mindy.
the big question is why.
Sir, I've never hurt Mindy.
You never carried her to the doctor. She never went to the doctor. You never went to the doctor.
The doctor didn't come by your house to do those checks.
Yes,
You came directly from that house to that location. It's very clear. From your house to Home Depot to the scene. To multiple scenes, I guess we would say. Those stops are recorded, captured by your car. They're actually corroborated by your cell phone. That you say is turned off. But apparently your particular phone still records and still sends out pings or messages that overlap with that. So the big question is, were you asked to go to a location and retrieve Mindy's body? Or did you kill her and transport her? Or did something happen in that house that you just can't talk about and then you dealt with it from there? Because it clearly started at that house, then it went on.
sir, no,
Okay.
none of this happened.
We know it happened. It's clear that it happened. So you're saying that the cell record's wrong, the picture's wrong from the security cameras, everybody's wrong with this whole picture. Your purchase of walk-in from Home Depot, that purchase is wrong.
No, sir.
Your travels that day, that's all. And just so happens coincidentally, she's found at the location you were at.
Your wife found when you ran.
Sir, it doesn't feel coincidental to me, but I never hurt Mindy. I never saw Mindy after she passed away.
And you're gonna stick with the last time you saw her was when?
This Saturday
Where?
at the house.
At the house. So how long did she stay in the house before she was gone? Are you telling me like you came home and found her dead, or what's the story?
No, sir, I'm saying I came home and she was gone. I got messages from her for days.
Okay.
Telling me things to do, things we needed.
I've been doing this 28 years. I don't watch a lot of them, but a lot of people watch TV shows and stories. Read a lot of books that have these kind of stories in them. You have characters that you've envisioned and made in your stories, and some of your stories, but none of your stories before a jury in Georgia are going to go. I want you to understand that up front. It's a very clear picture. Even though it puzzled, you burned some of the pieces. You shifted and manipulated some of the pieces. You constantly lied to many people in your life, and have continued those lies. That's not going to continue to go. You understand that, right? The big question is why.
Sir, anything I ever lied about, I was told to lie about.
Okay. So, right now, if you said you killed her, you'd say, because I was told to lie.
Sir, I never killed her.
So Jim told you to say that, you would say that?
No, sir.
Okay. So my point is, everything you do, if Jim told you to jump off a cliff, you were going to jump off a cliff.
Yes, sir. For years we did exactly what Jim told us to do.
So
He wanted full access to our lives. He said he was keeping us safe.
Did Jim tell you to burn your car?
Sir, I didn't burn my car.
The burns that you got, that you described to the insurance adjuster for your medical records,
Yes.
and you described burns going up into your nose and your face, it sounds like a flash burn from fumes. Sounds like a flash burn from fumes from an accelerant.
Sir, I opened the car door. And that's when the flames got mine.
But what was important in the car that got burned up that day?
I thought my phone was in there.
What else was in there?
I don't know. I had some random stuff in there.
Was there a check in there?
Yes, there was a check in there.
What was the check for?
The check was for a house.
For a house?
Yes.
Was you and Sam?
Yes.
What'd you tell Sam happened with that check?
It burned up.
And what was the insurance company do about that?
I don't think the insurance company had anything to do with the check.
Was it a sizable check?
Yes, sir.
How much?
$860 some odd $1,000.
Just gone.
Yes, sir.
Almost $1 million check gone.
Yes, sir.
You could
At Umpqua Bank, a loan that helps a business expand leads to more production, which
To Jim afterwards, and he said he would get a replacement, but it would take a while. Interesting.
What were you doing out on that road that day anyways?
I had gone to pick up the check. He said he would have somebody meet me out there. I had come up to Linnet's. He told me to meet in Linnet's. I got flowers. I didn't pick them up that day. I got water at Target.
But you also said something else up in Pennsylvania about that day when you stopped the car. You said you were on a long, straight stretch of road, out of the curvy hilliness you can drive on where you can see in both lanes. Why do you think that's important in your life? Is it so you can see other cars if they can? While you're doing what you're doing?
No, sir.
I think you're living a web of lies. One of your close friends described you as said you talk in parallel realities. It's like the story you sold them, it blends in the truths of what's going on in your life with what you want it to be. That's what you're doing here.
No, sir.
You bought a knife for window screening that you were fixing to leave this Airbnb.
Yeah.
So you buy this knife, you go back to the house with Mindy's, and then you go out here with these 2 totes that are packed with stuff and put them in a place where her body's found.
No, sir. I left them with the man.
You did not leave them with the man.
Yes, I did.
You did not leave them with the man. Your car is traveling out there. He's already told you. We put you and your cellular device in your vehicle out there in these places where your wife's body is found. Dismembered. With a knife that you just bought.
No, sir. That knife
The Milwaukee
came from
knife?
Pennsylvania. Yes.
That knife did not come from Pennsylvania.
Yes, it did, sir. I told you exactly where to find it. Have you looked there?
Yes, and it's not there. Just a carbon steel blade. It would be burned up in the car. Very clear.
Under the thing.
Under the thing.
Under the thing.
And then there's one other place it could be.
That knife's really irrelevant because that knife was only used in the end. It's not that it had anything to do with actually the murder or the killing at all. And that knife was after the fact. How would I know that?
I have no idea, sir. I didn't know that.
That comes from a lot of really 28 years of being, like I said. Your story is fine, but your story is not reality. Even to the point of the new wife. You know, when you apply for a marriage license.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Remember applying for that marriage license?
Yes, sir.
Remember the questions it asked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you say on that marriage license?
I said that I'd been married once. I said that Mindi passed away in 2020.
Okay.
Do you think that Jim told me to put down?
So you lied because Jim told you to lie.
Yes, sir.
Is Jim telling you a lie here today?
No, sir. I'm not spoken to Jim. I'm a little unclear on the timeline, but.
You're unclear on a lot of stuff when it comes to specifics. It's quite funny how that works. But those records clearly show where that's at. To the matter, even like when your mom, I mean, what have you told your mom?
My mom, that I was driving a had spoken in.
So you hadn't spoken to her in 6 years.
I had not, no, we started speaking after I was arrested.
So you go to this doctor's office, they tell you wife died, you don't ask to see her. You immediately,
I did ask to see her.
you don't get to see her. You don't forcefully go any further to see her. You just take them at the word. You don't know her names, you don't know her addresses, don't know how to return there, whatever, you just leave. You go from there back, tell her family, pack up the stuff that you said was already packed, and don't. Remember, your stuff was packed,
Yeah, a lot of my stuff was packed.
that your important stuff was not.
Yes, sir.
You still had it.
Yeah, we had things that we didn't need, like day to day, like clothing.
So then you go to Florida.
Let's get a bottle of water.
You go to Florida, and when you go to Florida to pick up the beer,
Yes, sir.
and then you go from Florida to Montgomery, Alabama, and you cash the check for $5,000.
No, so that's a cash withdrawal.
Cash withdrawal for
Yeah, it was like,
$5,000.
I think it looks like that.
You cash your check.
Yes.
But you get $5,000 to meet some guy that you don't know
Yes, sir.
on the side of the road in Alabama for Mindy's ashes.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many local crematories and places there are here by Alabama?
Sir, he had called me and said that my wife's remains were available to be picked up. I forget where he said they were.
And yet, during this time, you're continuously talking to Samantha.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're talking about your business trips you're talking about your business trips to Missouri, but you're continuing to have a romantic online relationship with Samantha.
Yes, sir.
Just found out wife's dead. You've been telling everybody she's dead since October, but you continue this relationship as it goes and as you travel, flee all the way to Missouri.
I'm not fleeing, sir.
Okay. So you changed your name. Like you told me you were fleeing from your father. So you were not fleeing from your father still?
Well, I mean, I was trying to, I thought that the name change was the culmination of years of work to
Okay.
keep us safe. We had been Among our friends and family, we've been using that name for
So
2
then,
years.
then you get a marriage license and you get married. And back up a little bit before that, when you start getting pressure to move into a house and get away from Airbnbs, the car mysteriously burns with all your money in it. So you won't be able to close on a house permanently. So is it time to look for a new wife?
No, sir.
So what was your plan from there?
My plan from there was I was expecting more money from Jim, and then to allow me to move on and live.
When was your last contact with you?
My last contact with Jim, I don't know, it was probably around the time that the marriage license we applied for it, or shortly thereafter.
Because he had to tell you what to put on there, so you would know what the lie would be.
Yes. He told me that there were things I had to lie about to keep myself safe.
Did you lie and keep your things safe from your dad?
Yes.
So if you're worried about your dad, and he's this bad guy that you're terrified of, that you've gone through all this fighting all these years, living off everybody else's finances, and being a hermit basically, then when you get locked up for this, you reach out to them.
I reached out. I had been in for 5 days. I couldn't contact anyone, and I reached out to Alice.
Your story is just so unbelievable. Everything you say and has continued to say has been a lie. Your life's a lie. The evidence shows.
Sir, I believe I've had attitude for years. And I
No. You continue to lie. By your own admission, you have continued to lie multiple times. You say it's lying on behalf of Jim,
Yes, sir.
but then now you're saying too, it's literally you're lying about that day.
About which day?
The day of the 29th, when your cell phone recorded you going where your wife's body's found, or torso is found, and where the pieces of her body are found at other locations, and how that tracking in that area shows you being there, how the cameras show you being there. And you're saying, oh no, I wasn't there. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, I don't know what location that shows. I know I was in a more rural area.
It's where you placed the body parts of your wife at.
No, sir.
So you're saying that's the same day you dropped the tubs off?
I don't know. I think, is that the same day as Home Depot?
I'm asking you a question. Yeah, the same day as on Dave Depot. Was that the same
Yes,
day?
I believe that was the
Same day that you dropped the tubs off.
Yes, sir.
So you knew where you were moving at that time. But you're going to get a knife to repair the mosquito things, knowing you're fixing to leave the Airbnb.
Yes, sir. We wanted to leave it in the best condition that we could.
Is that how you replaced the rug? Somebody bought a new rug?
No, we bought the new rug because Rusty was sick on it.
And back to that day. You traveled that day.
Yes,
You
sir.
don't know where you traveled.
Yes, sir.
So the question is, you don't know or you do know where you traveled?
I don't know where I traveled.
So you're saying that those records are the truth?
Which records?
The records from your car, the records from the camera that you saw, the records from your own cell phone that overlap with each other, your records from swiping your card.
Yes, I don't know all the records, sir, but I swiped my card.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that for sure.
Okay. And do you remember for really close proximity to that, like within a day or so, going to a car wash?
I don't, sir, but I may have.
Okay. Did you wash your car frequently?
Not super frequently, sir.
Yeah.
When I know so it's dirty.
Like never until then? This was the first time you had washed your car?
I don't know, sir. I haven't had the car for very long.
What I'm saying is you never went through an automatic car wash but one time?
No, sir. I've been through several automatic car
You
washes.
just didn't swipe it for this particular car until that day?
I may have paid with cash, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so other times you made with cash.
I may have. I honestly never thought that much about how I pay for anything.
Most of the time you swipe,
I think so, yeah. I would say most of the
except
time.
for one occasion where you met this dude on the side of the road in Montgomery, Alabama, and you had to get $5,000.
Yeah, I didn't have checks for that account.
So you just randomly, at that point, meet with him, don't know who he is, where he was, where he's from.
No, he contacted me and said that he had his remains. I was really upset.
You know how like elaborately crazy that is? Just to meet somebody on the side of the road that remains.
Yes, sir. I was really upset about it.
That's never been heard of before.
I was upset about that. I was upset about the fact that she had been cremated. I was told she had been cremated.
We know you were upset. We know you were upset. We found her body. You initially found it, we know you were mad.
Sir, I never hurt my wife.
Yes, you did.
I've never put a hand on a woman. I did not hurt Mindi.
But you lie. And you lie a lot about a lot of things. And have continuously lied.
Sir, I've been told to lie in certain situations to keep us safe.
You've been an attorney before in your previous occupation with the Navy. For how long?
I was an attorney in the Navy for roughly 10 years.
So you can realize you've prosecuted cases where soldiers have murdered their wives.
No, sir.
You never prosecuted anybody that?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you prosecuted anybody that murdered someone?
No, sir.
So never a murder prosecution?
No, sir.
But you have cases that show, and you understand the preponderance of evidence and proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've gone from a preponderance of evidence to proof beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. You know where we're at with that point. Help me support that story. Help me show that you didn't do it.
Sir, I'm trying to tell you everything I remember about this.
See, that's the problem I've gotten, because of the 2 hours that we had in Lancaster, everything you told me, I proved to be a lie. There's nothing truthful about that. You've continued to lie to friends, family members, people that you trusted, people that really went outward to help you. I wasn't really forceful with you that day. I didn't do anything that day but let you tell me the story. I went back and verified that your entire story is a lie. So help me to this point to go and explain that you can continuously lie, but you want me to believe you did kill your wife. You've lied to me. You've lied to Cameron. You've lied to your family. You've lied to other people. You lied to Samantha. Reached back out to an old former employer of Mindi and lied to him. Why would you do that?
Sir, I didn't lie to him. I mean,
are you saying you didn't lie to me? Let's just start this way.
So there are things that I think were not true. All I've done is sit in the cell and think about this.
Okay.
I don't believe a lot of what Jim told us for years.
Yeah, I'm not asking what Jim told you. That has nothing. I'm asking what you did and where you remember. And there's things you say you don't remember that I clearly know you remember. Like if you went to this doctor's office in strip mall in Savannah where you were told your wife had died, you would really remember that. There would be no doubt. The other thing is, if that happened and you were not allowed to see your wife and found out she was cremated later, you don't think as an attorney that every attorney hearing this would file suit against that doctor?
Yes, sir, I thought she died of natural causes. That's what I was.
They made mistakes, is what you're telling me. They made mistakes and cremated her. You ended up meeting someone on the side of the road. Every portion of your life and everything that's coming down right now to Mindi ends up being untrue. But you want me to believe that portion to be true. You lied about going to the doctor's office.
No, sir.
Okay. You lied about going to the doctor's office. As you continue. You lied about picking up her remains on the side of the road.
No, sir.
You lied about where your vehicle went that day.
No, sir.
And where you continued that. You've lied about what haven't you lied about?
You lied about your father.
Sir, I don't believe.
How much money did you take from him? In the very beginning, how much money did you get away with your father?
I had borrowed some money from him.
No, that's not the question. How
I
much?
don't know. I don't know exactly.
About 60,000?
Yes, sir.
No?
No.
Was it more than $100?
Yes, sir. It's more than
$100.
Yes, sir.
You probably just kind of want to know what was going on.
I didn't know that, sir. I thought he.
What did you tell Betsy and Frank about when they had to move to Hilton Head? You told them who needed to, told them they had to move. It's time to go. Because who said so?
It's Jim said so.
Right. Who rented their new place for them?
I did.
You did it.
Yes, sir.
So if it's so dangerous and you gotta go now, why would you rent a place and put them in danger up there in your name? If you're the intended target.
I didn't think that would be something that he'd be able to.
You know how easy it is to track you down?
No,
It's a quick, easy Google search. Your name pops up there. Before all this, your name popped up there. Pictures of your wedding. Pictures of Mindi and you at your wedding pop up there.
Pop up at the place that I
In
rented
Google.
for.
In Google.
James Kassotis.
Jimmy can play all this all day long, you know.
I played
That's
that.
a game. That just ain't gonna work.
I paid for
Yes.
I paid for a rental.
It just not going.
I don't know how that goes on Google, but I didn't think it would.
So way back, when you get married, you go through this whole spiel, the whole thing. Then all of a sudden, something happens. I ask you why you get out of the military. Why did you get out of the military?
We didn't want to be moving around all the time.
Why?
We were going to start a family. We
Ready to start a family. That didn't work out with your first wife.
Yes, sir. No, she.
That didn't work out with Mindi. That was not going to work out with Samantha.
I don't understand. I thought it was working out with Mindi.
Okay.
And I hoped it would work out with Samantha, but obviously.
So that's been the continuous thing as you were ready to start a family.
Yes, sir.
So-
I always wanted a family, but
You lied to the military on your official resignation, when you said your purpose for resignation. It didn't have anything to do with wanting to start a family. The lie was, Mindi was in a car wreck and you needed to care for your wife. You don't remember your resignation from Navy.
from active duty or from the reserves.
Either way, you don't remember your resignation letter.
I remember drafting, I believe, 2 resignation letters. One from active duty. I've been talking about active duty.
So what about your resignation for both? What was your reasoning for resigning?
I don't recall.
You just told me
No,
it was just started out.
so the reserve one, I believe I had to put in, you know,
Should have like the same bullshit stories.
no, we had been in a car accident.
You have been, and again, the parallel realities that you created, these lies. You said you want to start a family, you don't want to move around, but what have you done? What have you been doing?
We've been running, sir. We believe we were in danger. We thought we were running from Wayne.
From who? Your father?
Yes.
And who have you been talking to?
I've been talking to
Who's
him.
come to help you?
He has come out.
And how old is Wayne?
He was born in July 1955, so.
And you went through Navy training, you're a really big guy, and you're that fearful of somebody that may or may not have even injured you, that you really
I don't believe that anyone injured me.
Okay, and you didn't really believe it then.
I didn't.
So, but you go to all this elaborate scheme to run it, and just so happens you have a $1.5 million judgment against you. Just so happens you lie as an attorney, raising your hand and lying in official court in official hearing that you've got $32 million that you didn't have, that you now believe you may not have if you want to.
Sorry.
You lied, and the lies just keep continuing to the end. And the only thing you want to try to convince me is that you're telling the truth.
Yes, sir.
And there's not one thing in your life I can show that you've been truthful about. Tell me one thing.
Sir, I've been truthful about all of this. I mean,
This absolutely shows that you haven't been. And by your own admission, you've lied about this and lied about multiple things. That day, you're so vague and recall, you don't think I would recall the specifics of where my wife had died? The doctor's office that was there, the doctor who's called me and mistakenly burned her ashes, and the actual story of her death. You've told quite a few variances to quite a few of her friends that you reached out and talked to over time on what she actually died from.
Her friends? No, sir.
Okay. So you didn't tell any of your friends why she died?
No, I told that our close friend. My understanding was that our close friends were the only people who really had their life.
So if you were really into the protection and scared, why would you be calling all these people, telling them where you were moving and what you were doing? You created the story that she was dead even before she's dead. You're dating online before she.
So I wasn't dating online. I was.
You ever heard of a singer called Ray Charles? You remember Ray Charles?
Yes, sir.
Ray Charles was blind.
Yes, sir.
Ray Charles can see this very clearly. Just the big question is why? Did you just get tired of her? Were you wanting to move on because she was not pregnant? Was there some type of argument? Did she strike you,
Sir.
that led to that?
No, sir.
The biggest question is why you killed her,
Sir.
and why you disposed of her.
Sir,
That has
I
anything to do-
disposed of that.
When you took her there, she went there, what happened to her wedding ring?
I was given her wedding ring. When I came back in the, when I got her ashes, her wedding rings were in the.
Where's it at?
They're in Havre de Grace, Maryland, where I scattered her ashes, or didn't scatter her ashes, thought I scattered her ashes. My wedding ring and her wedding band and her wedding ring.
That's where you built?
Yes, I put it in the water there. It's one of her favorite places.
What about her, early rings?
I don't recall what happened to her rings.
Your world of lies, we have picked it apart. We picked it apart before we came to Pennsylvania. But since it got out, there's even been more people that call, more people that have more stories that you've spun off of this. I get that you're scared. Everybody I talk to, this is not who you are. They don't think you're a monster, but they don't believe your story. They don't believe any of it anymore.
Sir, I've been lied to for years.
And you're lying to everybody else. Now, it broke. You got to that point and it broke. Whatever it was that made you snap, whether it was you just had to get out, you didn't want to tell her you wanted to leave, you didn't want to accept that she wasn't pregnant, or you were scared and terrified that now you had this new relationship that was up and budding and you didn't.
This is somebody I was talking to. This is somebody I had never met.
Now you're married. After you tell your former in-laws, after you tell them, you fabricate a message and send it to them and tell them that you died in a car wreck.
I did not do that.
You did do.
I did not do
You
that.
did do that. But you tell other people, and then people reach out and they find you again.
Yeah, I
You
wasn't
got
trying to.
Jim hiding you out on this big top secret security stuff, and people still reach out and find you and say, "Hey, Nick, are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. I'll just a car burned up."
Yeah, Cameron reached out, and I told you about this. I was really concerned because she said that they thought I had died. They were calling around saying that I had died in a car accident.
So if Cameron could find you, why weren't you terrified that somebody else could?
I thought that at this point that I was safe. That the name change was the last step in being allowed to live a life, and not be hunted down. Cameron knew my name. She had known it that we were changing our name to that for I don't know how long. I forget when we said that. We told our friends and our close family, the people we thought we were still going to have in our life.
Who was your close family? Was it Betsy and Frank?
Betsy and Frank, and then.
So you're gonna put them through all these lies? When we unravel all this, because they bought it, they loved you. Frank loved you. He said he loved you like a son. You know how hard it was for us to even convince him of who we really were? Because they bought into your lies.
He knows that because he got emailed that day.
Yeah.
I can prove that.
What email?
The email you got that we were talking to Betsy. The email that the FBI had talked to Betsy. The proton in the email that you thought was encrypted wouldn't go back and we couldn't get. Guess what?
They're encrypted, but we can still get them. It just takes more work. It's like layers.
Sir, I don't know. What
You've been the security expert that you're talking about, and that you know that you've been in security development software and programs and AI, which is the capture that you don't even have anymore. You should know that we're capable of getting that kind of thing. So you knew we were there to talk to Betsy.
Yes, sir.
You knew that the FBI.
Sir, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
We're not going to get in that. You lied so much that there's no reason to show you everything. Just to let it continue on. I gave you a chance to tell the truth. You're clearly not going to tell the truth. You're going to continue on as we're going. So, same way, well, you know, your last driver's license will be in Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
You're unemployed, correctly?
Yes, sir.
And your spouse is Samantha.
Koles.
How I can spell that. And what, you only put the same address as you? 590 Centerville Road, or what address do you?
It's number 5, Rank, RANCK, Lane, and LITITZ, Pennsylvania.
And your father is Wayne.
Yes, sir.
And what's his address?
117 Sandy Hollow Road. Town is FITZ, William.
Okay.
That's New Hampshire.
And your mother?
Linda Kassotis. Same address.
Okay. And your brother Christopher?
Yep.
Does you know his address?
I do not, sir. I believe he's out of Michigan, I've been told.
Okay. And is he out your only brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about sisters?
No sisters.
No sisters, okay. All right, this is just basically the information that we took off your booking. I understand at one point you had a tattoo.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Did you try to have that tattoo removed?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, where's your tattoo?
It's on my chest. Do you want to see it?
We'll go in there.
Okay.
And what's it up?
It's a clad, CLADDAGH.
Your teeth are all on. Sign right here and that begins your jail process. And then one other thing, the lie about the DNA testing. So you told me that Jim had your DNA tested.
Yes, sir.
You tell others that you've had your DNA tested. Was that through Jim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we need another DNA test to prove that your mother and father or your mother and grandfather?
No, sir. I believe it's true, sir.
So the evidence shows that Jim lied. Well, guess what? The evidence is going to show that you're lying about multiple things.
Sorry, no.
And it already has showed that you're lying and going to continue to lie. Lots of people we deal with people that lies and continue to lie, and people make mistakes and get it off their chest. While you're sitting back here waiting for months and months in time, you know you had the opportunity to tell the truth.
Sir, I told the truth to the best of my ability.
The truth's just too hard to tell.
No, sir.
You continue to lie, you lied from the beginning, and you continue to lie to the end. And that's where we're at.
When one main said yes, it's a pinch me moment. I went through lenders and I just would get denied almost instantly. When I drove off the lot, I smiled the whole way home.
Enter the all-new Universal Horror Unleashed, where horror comes to play.
I never heard.
They loved you.
Sir, I love them.
You love Mindi?
Yes, sir.
Because the evidence shows that whoever did that, they really loved her and when it's over age.
Sir, I never heard.
Yeah. So,
Your Honor, I have stopped the tape at 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 46 seconds at council's direction for the past. If we could just take a recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. If you would, please step out with the bailiff. All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess.
I'll ask you a few more questions, Mr. Cody.
Yes, sir. So there's one other place that I might be able to. I've got a storage worker in Lancaster. You can look at the address. I believe it's either 140 or 178 Independence Court.
Okay.
I have, all my stuff in mind. That I didn't it's in West Lancaster.
Need some food?
No, sorry. Okay.
If you will, tell me some more about Jim.
Jim came into our life in late 2017 or early 2018. I'm not sure what had happened first, but we had issues with our bank accounts, both our joint accounts and individual accounts. We had issues with our mail, just going missing, not showing up.
I remember all this from Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
So, and you said at some point you talked to the FBI.
So I believe both Mindi and I filed online FBI reports.
Online FBI
Yes,
reports.
sir.
So y'all didn't sit down with anybody?
Well, I thought we did, but I think several days afterwards, I tried to leave a message for somebody that I knew worked at DOJ. I wasn't sure that it reached him because the phone.
Who did you know DOJ?
His name is Dave Carpel. He was an attorney in their organized crime division.
Oh, butcher his last name, C-A-R-P-E-L?
I believe it's K-A-R-P-E-L. I knew he was a reservist, and I had called the RILSA, not the RILSA, whatever the Criminal Justice Department is, and asked if they had a recall number for him. I called and I left a message, but I wasn't sure I had reached him.
What about, okay, so I'm clear of all that, what you led with Jim back then, and then
ignite the fairways
with Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
Samantha. Okay. Then what happened with Jim?
After I filed for the marriage license, he told me how to fill it out. He told me he didn't think I should be married to Samantha. He thought I should leave Pennsylvania.
Why is that?
He said he didn't think it was a good idea. He thought that it was too soon for me, that it wouldn't be healthy, that given my past, I would be better off trying to settle down and start over somewhere else.
Where did the money come from that he gave you in the check?
My understanding was that it came from money that he has held in trust for me for some time, so to keep it safe.
And where would the money come from to be put in trust?
From work on this software of his. I don't know if it was licensing or sale. It was told different things over different years.
What about Peter? Do you know Peter from Microsoft?
I used to speak regularly with somebody I thought was Peter Annaman. It was somebody who I had actually met.
How do you spell his last name?
A-N-A-M-A-N.
And he was somebody you met at the JAG conference?
Yes, at a veterans legal career fair.
And what kind of stuff did he talk to you about?
When we originally met, we talked about cyber investigations, things of that nature. The things that he worked on there, he's the head of one of their cyber investigations units. And when I first met with, in one of my first meetings with Jim, I had referenced, that I was looking for remote work, that I'd spoken to somebody at Microsoft, and he said that he knew him and would put me back in contact with him and put it in good work.
When was this?
This was sometime in that late 2017, early 2018.
Before the world went sideways with COVID?
Yeah, I mean, 2 years before. But I left active duty unofficially sometime at the beginning of September 2017. Officially, it was September 30th. Military does this, what's it called, the terminal leave, where if you have vacation time,
they burn it up.
It's better for you if you just take it. Don't work. And the best benefit of that to be working, but my higher day did work. I had accepted a job with the Board for Correction and Naval Records, doing veterans work, and I was there from, I think my start date was October 3rd, whatever that meant. It was Monday in early October, the first Monday in October was. And it was a benefit in a couple of different ways. My client there, the person that I worked in an office with and provided legal advice to, was the head of the Board of Correctional Records. Her name was Beth something. My boss, my reporting senior, was an attorney with the Navy's Office of Manpower and Reserve Affairs. And they had very different views of what the role should be. Beth thought that, Beth wanted to concentrate on moving cases, and their view was that this is a legal position. There are a lot of people there who review cases, like we should be concentrating on different issues than that. I felt like it was a bad setup from very early on. Maybe it was in a car accident in October. We were both in a car accident, but he was very hurt in the car accident. And I was away for a week at a conference, but I mean, by the time, I think before Beth and I had spent 2 full weeks in the office actually together, she had accidentally forwarded me an email where she said to somebody she worked with that she had wished that she hired him for the position instead of me. Which, as somebody with that book was probationary, but kind of put the handwriting on the wall that I should be looking at other options. And I began immediately. And this was going on while we were having these other issues with email, and I forget exactly when the vandalism started. I believe it started at this point. I came home one day, and Mindi said that a guy had changed the house. That he was serious about what was going on, and wanted to meet with us both and talk about it. And I think we met a couple days later.
And that was Jim?
That was Jim.
Did they show you any credentials or anything?
I don't recall.
So how did you tell or inform Jim that Mindi had passed away?
I think I sent him a message that night.
How'd you send him a message?
On Signal.
On Signal?
Yep.
And you don't remember any phone numbers you called him on or anything?
So he changed phone numbers more frequently than I changed phone numbers.
And what did he say?
He said he was shocked, that he was really upset. He asked what I needed.
So he didn't ask about getting a death certificate or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And you did go to Boston and George Washington Law and stuff, right?
Yeah, Georgetown, yes, sir.
Georgetown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you know how important contracts and certificates are?
Yes, sir.
Would you not think that you might need that in order to move on and get remarried?
No, sir, I didn't. It hadn't occurred to me. It was, I don't know, I was juggling a lot of things, but.
What kind of things were you juggling?
I mean, leaving the area, finishing up the name change, and trying to contact some friends of Mindy's who were hard to find, or harder to track down. Her old boss took I think close to 2 weeks before I was able to reach her.
Why was it important you reached him?
They've been very close. I wanted to tell.
How close would it have been? Y'all been hiding from everybody?
Before that.
Before that?
Yeah, before that.
That had been years, right?
It had been years, yes, sir. I don't know if they spoke in the intervening years much after or at all, but I felt Mindy's Betsy and I spoke, and we were trying to think of people that would be important to town. That's one of the names.
And as soon as Betsy starts probing you about like when are we going to be able to have this funeral, when are we going to be able to do your ashes, when are we going to be able to do anything, you don't find it ironic that she's not saying that you died in a car wreck?
No, sir. I didn't know she got an email saying I died in the car.
But you suddenly just stopped talking to her.
She stopped talking to me, so I had some things stolen from her, and I spoke to Jim, and he said that he was worried. I'd spoken to him a few days before, and I said that I'd spoken with him, that I was a little concerned because I had said where I was, and he said that at the time he said, okay, let's.
Nick, does any of this make sense to you?
No, sir. It didn't make sense to me that they would have any sort of ill will towards me. But messages from them stopped. Like it was creepy. It was upsetting. And then I hear nothing from them. I didn't used to go more than 48 hours without hearing from them after they went to Hilton and I left the area. We talked all the time. We texted, and then messages from Jim says, hey, there's something concerning going on here. And
What's concerning? What's concerning? They lost a daughter.
No, what's concerning is that I have some stuff still in my car.
So now you can't talk to Frankie and Bessie? Jim was going to talk to everybody else. You can talk to Mindy's old boss.
I already spoken with him on this point, but he just said while he looked into it, be safe about it.
You know, everybody had to deal with finding out Mindi died from you. They hear it, they really can't get a lot of closure because there's no normal processes. There's no planning a funeral, there's no attending a funeral, there's no any type of remembrance of life or anything put out there. Nothing going on that gives people the ability to have some closure and say goodbye.
Yes, sir. That's upsetting to me too.
You're robbing the family of that. And you're gonna put them through all these lies that continue to spring out that no, we've already showed you the evidence. We've already told you about what we have and what everything shows. You start to see it. When you talk about moving those toes down in the dirt, you start to see it.
Sir,
I don't think you're a monster. I think you've been running for too long, and this was a way out. One thing stood in the way, and you didn't know how to do it.
Sir, if I wanted to run from Mindi, I could have gotten in my car and left.
What about the baby?
Yes, sir. I wasn't trying to run from Mindi, but I'm saying, if I had wanted to get away, we moved into that house in June or July, I'm sure you know. I don't know the exact date, but we moved to that house June or July. I left it in early December. Mindi went outside one time in those months, and it was for 5 minutes to see the new car.
Right.
Like I could have walked out the door at any point if I wanted to get away, but I didn't want to get away.
What happened?
Sir, I don't know what happened.
You do know what happened.
I don't.
You do know what happened. And the evidence shows us what happened. So it's gonna be our evidence against your story of Jim. And your story of the doctor.
Jim, who told us what to do.
There's no Jim.
Nothing, sir, there is. Nothing we did for years.
There was a Jamie McIntyre that participated on the repairs before smiling. They didn't know you either, but I'm just saying.
I don't. Like, I never heard of Mindi. Like, nothing we did for years would make sense under any, under any other sort of caveat.
You didn't hurt Mindi, but yet you were telling Samantha back in September that your wife had died.
Yeah. In fall.
In September, you had already told another woman that your wife was dead.
I told multiple people.
You had started this storyline.
No, sir, I told multiple people.
And you don't tell your mom and dad that until after it becomes reality.
No, sir. Starting back in 2020. Fall 2020, Mindi got really sick.
I understand Mindi had thyroid issues and she was really sick and she had other kind of problems going on. And I don't doubt that she probably acted sick around the house. She was probably afraid of what you were going to do if you found out she wasn't pregnant.
Sir, that's...
Nick, you had a very successful life and it got robbed from you.
Yes, sir.
I have an ex-wife. I can fully understand the rage and frustration that can cause, even when you're not attached with them anymore. You have been running all this time trying to get away, that she still has that control over you. She still has that court order out there lingering over your head. You can't get back to where you were with Mindi because you're still running from that past life.
Sir, I didn't know that past life was still gone.
The judge told you he wanted movement on that case by the following Wednesday. You said, yes, sir, I'll take care of it. I got 32 million in assets. I can take care of it.
Yes, sir.
You never show back up for court. You know you can't do that. You know there's repercussions if you do that.
Yes, sir.
And that is when this all spiraled out of control. And for you, if Mindi lived your best lives away from all this, you hid out. You hid out, the lies kept rolling until you just kept on going with them. You felt good living there for her family, her mom and dad, not her brother, but her mom and dad.
I felt good living with your brother too. It's like,
yeah, because he needed y'all to do something. It's not normal, man. You have such a successful background and you're smart. So I get it. You got to do something. And then the pregnancy, what you wanted, you want this family.
Yes, sir. I thought everything we worked for years was to get somewhere and get safe.
So was it an argument that started that morning? Were you already planning on leaving? Were you going to confront her about not being pregnant?
No, sir. I thought she was pregnant until the beginning.
I know you thought she was pregnant. And she had told everybody. She told friends. She told family. Everybody thought she was pregnant.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. It's.
Sir, I never.
Again, you were robbing all these people you say you care about. Her friends, her family. Everybody you called and told that you thought needed to know she passed away. They're going to have to relive all that and go through this trial and lose her piece by piece again.
Sir, I never.
Well, I don't think you intended to hurt Mindi, but I think something snapped. The pressure of all this, all these lies coming to a head.
Sir,
something happened.
What pressure, sir? We had money. We were comfortable.
You see it in your head when you describe setting those folks down in the dirt. There's a reason why that memory sticks out in your mind. You don't see it, but I see it in you. I see when you say it, I watch you and you pause because you're getting that horrific mental image when you do that. Yes, sir. That's something you got to live with. But you want to live with it hidden away as a lie to everybody for the rest of your life? Or is it time that you understand, like, I just couldn't live this anymore. She wanted more. She told me she wasn't pregnant, or she kept lying. I knew she wasn't pregnant. She took another pregnancy test. What happened?
Sir, nothing happened. If she wasn't pregnant, if she lost the baby,
if you took her to a medical facility and she was there to perform an autopsy and stuff, they could have just incinerated the body then and we wouldn't have one. They could have given you her ashes and sent you on down the road and created fake documents. That is such an elaborate, far-fetched scheme that yes, you need to keep that down to write it in a book. But that's not what happened then. And you know it's not what happened. And when you drove out there and you went out to the middle of nowhere, you know that's not what happened. There was no guy that took the notes from you from the back.
Yes, there was.
There's nobody out there, Nick. There's nobody out there. 25,000 acres of swamp and full farmwood.
Sir, I drove out. I went a specific way. I was told to.
You took the totes out. You took the totes out.
Yes, sir.
You're trying to cover it up.
No, sir.
It was horrible.
No, sir.
You were trying to get away from it. You just wanted to release. You wanted to be free.
No, sir. I was doing what I was told to. I did what I was told to for years.
Nick, somebody who doesn't care about Mindi doesn't cover up the head. The head's the only thing that's going to hold on to that semblance of who that person was and be that reminder. That's why it was so important that you had to conceal that. You had to get that closure and get that done. Give her some peace, give her some closure.
Sir.
Give her some peace.
Sir, I never.
Give her family some peace. Give Frank and Betsy some peace.
Sir, I would if I could.
You can't.
I can't. I don't know what happened.
You do know that.
I never hurt her.
You were the one in that car with her body driving out there.
Sir, no.
Yes. You used those totes to carry the parts.
No, sir. Use those totes for our things.
No, you didn't. And you wiped them down with the wipes that were out there, and you threw out a bag of dirty clothes that were cut up.
No, sir.
Yes, you did, Nick.
No, sir. No, I didn't do any of this.
You did. Are you going to stay with this? And this is the monster you want people to see you as, that you're capable of killing your life?
No,
all
sir.
that you love? You live there with your in-laws.
Yes, sir.
That you told were your family.
Yes.
You sold them that they were your real family closer to anybody else.
Yes, sir. I told them mom and dad.
And so you're going to betray them.
No, sir.
He even trusted you. You were such a chivalrous man and such a good man. You came to them and asked for her hand in marriage.
Yes, sir.
You asked that man to let me be the protector of your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Let me take her in. Let me give her this life. Let me share it with her.
Yes,
And
sir.
you swore it out in front of God and everybody.
Yes, sir.
You didn't protect her from yourself, Nick.
No, sir.
You did not.
But I didn't hurt her.
You did hurt her.
No, I put her in this. She should have never been in this situation. We should have never listened to Jim.
There's no Jim.
There is a Jim.
No, there's not.
Sir, we moved every 4 or 7.
You're right. So you're going to leave your career budding out in the military to have a family and stop moving around.
Yeah.
But some blow Joe that comes in off the street that you don't even know a phone number or credentials for tells you to move around with your wife forever, and you're okay with doing it.
No, we were terrified.
Yeah. Of your father, who you call back for, and hey, sorry, Dad, I'm in some shit.
I asked him. That's the first thing I asked him. Was the attack insurance?
It's not about your father, Nick. It's not about anything else other than you wanted a new start. What made you want this new start? For somebody to love somebody so much, those are the people that when they do snap, when stress does get there, they can do something so horrible. That love is way up here and it can swing way back over here too.
Sir,
I was so frustrated with my first wife when I got divorced. I was so furious. I had to get away.
I was
Because I didn't know what I would do.
Heather cheated on me, sir. She cheated on me. She married the man. She cheated on me, but the day after I divorced was 5 months.
Well, I couldn't marry the man she cheated on me with because he had a wife still that made more money. So that's where that stays. I have kids with her. I still deal with that all the time. That's her control over me. Heather's control over you that you can't get away from it is that suit. You've never dealt with it.
Sir, I thought I had. And the only reason I signed the settlement was because Jim told me that the money was there. The settlement would make no sense otherwise. So we stipulated to the judgment.
That 1.5 million?
Yes.
But the judge said he wanted movement by next Wednesday, and you never came back.
Because Jim told me at that point that he'd paid enough.
But you know, you can't listen to that. You know you can't, that you have to have proof. You would want that closure, you'd want that proof. In your mind, you might have said, okay, this is what's gonna happen, this is what I'm gonna tell everybody. Because you wanted to get away. You couldn't tell them the truth. You couldn't tell Frank and Betsy that you were running from a $1.5 million.
I don't know what.
Here's the thing, is you could have paid payments. The judge isn't gonna hold you away for $1.5 million, even made you pay payments. It would suck. It would suck, but you could have been out from all these lies. And the pressure.
The terms of the agreement that we were having issues.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, because this goes back to how we relied so much on Jim.
I'm not worried about how much you rely on Jim.
Jim does exist.
You rely on Cameron.
We relied on
How much
Cameron.
Cameron spent providing for you?
Yes,
What
sir.
you call. I have those records, I've been through it. I see when you went to Starbucks, you ordered Chinese takeout, you know, everything you paid for the Airbnbs that you lived at over Hilton Head. All that money, you didn't work for any of it.
No,
You didn't
sir.
have people taking care of you.
Yes,
And
sir.
y'all developed into this life where you're just like nomadic little people that just had everything coming to you.
So we didn't have it. We were letting people outside most of the time. We got food delivered because we couldn't be going out.
You could be going out. If all that's true, you wouldn't have drove out here, all the way out here in your car that day.
I don't know where here is.
Well, you might not know exactly where it is at or what it's called, but this is where you came. Liberty County. Liberty County is where you came. Okay?
Okay.
That is where you set the toast down. They didn't have belongings on the clothing or toiletries or anything.
Yes, I did, sir. I packed myself that morning.
I know you packed them yourself. I know you packed them yourself, Nate. It's not what you think. It was Mindy's body.
Wasn't, sir.
It was. That's where she was at. Like I said, you buried the head because that was the part that was close. That's the part that makes it real.
Sir, yeah.
Yes, Nick, yes.
Sir, I never saw Mindy after she passed away. I never heard Mindy.
You might have told yourself you didn't see her anymore, but that was her you put out there.
No, sir. Or I can do, like,
You can let everybody have their closure and try to explain what happened instead of continuing to lie and hurt everybody. Because Frank and Betsy are still dealing with all the lies of, holy crap, we've been living all these lies. There was no Microsoft stuff coming in. This money was coming from somewhere else. Cameron realizes that you weren't waiting on these big settlements to come in.
we were waiting on this money to come in. We met with bankers in Washington, D.C.
Where's it at?
Jim has told me
He
that he
didn't have it. If the banker's gonna make a settlement with you in court, you have some kind of settlement coming to you, and you're worried about being found, they're gonna track you through that. Like I said, I found you real easy on Google. So what I'm saying is you don't have somebody covering your tracks.
I thought I did.
You don't, Nick. And that's the thing, is all the stress from running and from your own lies.
So we gave him access to everything.
I understand.
Our emails, our bank accounts, our social media
Right.
accounts.
And the problem is that this has nothing, that Mindy's death has nothing to do with Jim. Mindy's death has to do everything to do with you and Hart's relationship. Mindy's death has everything to do with this web of lies that's coming crashing down. Samantha, that you had been talking to, the lies you told everybody Mindy was already dead, and then her lie about the pregnancy.
I didn't know she lied about pregnancy.
Well, she did, because when she stabbed his stomach, there was no baby in there.
Sorry, I didn't stab her in the stomach. I didn't stab her at all.
Everybody is losing this over and over again, Nick. You care about any of these people, quit the lies. This isn't make-believe, this isn't a story. This isn't one of your Reddit stories. This isn't one of Samantha's stories.
No, sir.
This is real life.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, in real life, people do bad things to other people. It doesn't mean they're necessarily bad people. They have reasons why they do. They get stressed out.
Sir, I've been stressed for years, but I don't go into rages. I'm not an angry person.
Everybody has a point. I'm no different than you. I could get to my point one day and do something out of a fit of rage that I don't like. I punched walls in my house when I got mad. I was like, walk by and see the damn hole in the wall. Damn, it's stupid ass. Why'd you do that? Because I got mad. I justified it to myself because you got mad. You got mad.
No, sir, I didn't get mad.
Yes, you did.
Sir, in 2020, in late 2020,
this didn't happen.
I know, but no, I want to say this because in late 2020, we were at our lowest low. Mindy had been really sick. I thought she was going to die. And we weren't allowed to tell anyone. We weren't allowed to tell our family. We weren't allowed to tell our friends.
You chose not to tell anyone.
No, we were told not to tell anyone.
By somebody that you don't even know doesn't like live with you every day, that's not doing anything for you. He wasn't providing for you in 2020.
He was sometimes.
No, Cameron was providing for you in 2020.
No, he brought things by, he gave us money, and we thought he was keeping us safe. We didn't.
And now that you find out your wife's body is out here discovered amongst 25,000 acres, do you think you have somebody watching it out for you, making you feel safe?
No, sir.
Somebody that would let you take your wife off and have her cremated?
No, sir.
And let you tell all these people that love and care about both of you that Mindi passed away, you can't know anything about it, sorry, it's top secret?
I never said that, sir.
No,
I gave the information that.
You told me you couldn't have a memorial service, you told me there couldn't be a funeral, that it's not body.
No, I said that we were absolutely there. I was waiting to find out.
You're the husband.
I
That's your
understand.
job. That is your job.
I spent years doing what I was told.
Then who told you to kill your wife?
Nobody told me to kill my wife, and I didn't kill my wife.
Because you loved your wife.
Yes.
And something got to you that day.
No, sir.
You've been building up and planning because you've already been planting the seed of she's dead with people.
Sir, that goes back to 2020 because we
are getting pregnant even back to 2020.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that's the portion of the video that's going to be played, and I would actually ask that Agent Sanders say. Your Honor, if I can have just a brief 5 minutes so that I can set up for the next witness.
Okay. They need a little time, so if you would please, ladies, this will be a shorter break, so if you just step out, we'll have you back very quickly.
Your Honor, it may very well freeze in the middle. I've asked for a backup computer to plug it in. If I can borrow that, that would be great.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may continue.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lauren Satcher to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you're seated, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat and position yourself close to that microphone.
My apologies, Your Honor, I'm transferring. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Lauren Satcher. That's Lauren. Satcher is Satcher.
Where do you work?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science in the Firearms and Tool Marks section.
And what is your title within that section of the crime laboratory?
I'm a Firearms and Tool Marks examiner.
And can you describe your educational background and professional qualifications as they relate to firearms and tool mark examination?
So I got my degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from William Carey University. Then I got my master's in forensic science from the University of Southern Mississippi. Once I graduated, I started with the GBI and entered into the GBI's training program. It's about 16 to 17 months of training that includes things like firearms, design and manufacture, ammunition design and manufacture, tool mark examination, muzzle to target distance determination, serial number restoration, and then months and months of microscopic comparisons.
And in that capacity, as those requirements are, can you tell us what kind of practical work is required to get certified as a firearms and tool mark analyst?
How do you mean?
Did you do any mock workups or any presentations or things of that nature during the course of your training?
So throughout the training, it's divided into blocks of training. So like tool mark examination would be one block, serial number restoration would be another block. During these blocks, it's a lot of research, things like that, practical work, practicing on the microscope or doing serial number restoration, whatever that block of work is, a lot of hands-on practical work. And then at the end of each block, there is either a written test or a practical test or a combination of a written and practical test. At the very end of training, you have a mock case. So you're given a fake case that you work, and then you have a mock trial.
What happens if you get any portion of that not 100%?
So you have to make a certain percentage on the written test. For the practical test, every aspect of it has to be correct. If you fail a test in any of the blocks of training, you go back through some remedial training in that block, and then you have a second attempt to pass not the same test, but another written or practical test in that block. If you fail the same block twice, you look for another career. You're no longer moving forward in the firearms and tool marks training at the GBI. In addition, if you were to fail a block of training and then later down the road fail 2 other blocks of training for a total of 3 fails in different categories, that would also have you eliminated from the program.
You get terminated, you get fired, right?
Right, as a firearms examiner at least.
Right, okay. And that includes tool mark practicals as well?
It does.
And did you perform all of those practicals and certification tests that you just described?
I did.
And were you certified as a firearms and tool mark examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
So I successfully passed all of the training with the GBI to become a firearms and tool marks examiner.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that process, in that position, rather?
I started in August of 2020, so 5 years.
And can you tell us what your primary responsibilities are as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
So my main job is looking at ammunition components like bullets and cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from a particular weapon, as well as looking at tool marks left behind on other objects, doing serial number restorations and muzzle to target distance determinations.
And can you tell the jury, when you do analysis, what kind of tools do you utilize to enable you to do so?
So the thing that I use the most would be a comparison microscope. So that's basically 2 microscopes like you'd see in a high school connected by an optical bridge. So what this does, it lets me see 2 different things at the same time under the same magnification. So I can put something on one side of my microscope and something on the other side. And when I look through that eyepiece, it's like there's a split down the middle, so I can see both things at the same time.
And how many samples do you think that you've examined under your microscope in the last 5 years, estimated?
Thousands.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that sometimes you are able to make a comparison?
Yes.
And sometimes are you unable to make comparisons?
I can make comparisons. I can't always come to a conclusion.
Okay. With respect to that, how would you define the frequency with which you can come to conclusions? What I mean by that, I suppose, is it always, only sometimes, oftentimes? How does it work with firearms and tool mark examination in that regard?
Well, there are a lot of factors that come into play. So when I'm making a comparison, I can either come to an identification. So this bullet or this cartridge case was fired from this firearm. An elimination, these bullets or cartridge cases were not fired in this firearm. It can be inconclusive, which means there's just not enough information there. Or it could be unsuitable, which means there's really nothing there to be compared at all. So a lot of factors can come into play on whether or not I can come to one of those identification or elimination statements. Sometimes it has to do with damage. So if something's really damaged and there's not a lot of information on that object, it could be inconclusive, which basically just means there's not enough information to tell one way or the other. So as far as how often I can come to a conclusion, it really just depends on the case. I'd say oftentimes we can come to a conclusion, but there are sometimes we'll go through a streak of cases that are just inconclusives.
Okay. And you're not looking for a particular outcome, are you?
I am just there to see what the evidence has to say.
Can you briefly explain what forensic tool mark analysis, I know you mentioned some about the firearms, what forensic tool mark analysis is and what the role of a forensic tool mark expert entails in those circumstances?
So a firearms identification is actually a subset of tool mark identification. So the theory behind tool mark identification is that the harder object is going to leave markings behind on the softer object, okay? So a lot of times what I'm looking at is firearms. And in that case, the firearm would be the tool. So the tool is the thing that's the harder object that's going to be leaving behind the markings on the softer object. So firearms identification is a subset of tool mark identification because in this case, the firearm is made of a stronger metal and it's leaving behind markings on the softer metal of the bullet or the cartridge case. So when we're looking at tool mark examination or tool mark identification, we're just broadening that out. And instead of just looking at firearms, it's looking at different tools and the objects that they were used on. So that can be things like bolt cutters on padlocks or wire cutters on wires. So basically, we're just looking at whatever this object is. The harder object would be our tool, and looking at the markings that it leaves behind on the softer object.
Would that include knives and saws, things of that nature?
It would.
And potentially, would those leave behind marks on items such as bone?
They could.
Okay. And is the Crime Laboratory Firearms and Tool Mark Examination Division subject to the same accreditation procedures as all the other divisions within the Crime Laboratory?
We are.
Do you undergo the same requirements of peer review on your work product?
So in the firearm section, we have a two-step peer review process. There's verification and then peer review. So if I'm the primary examiner, after I work a case, it goes to my verifier. That is someone who gets the evidence, and they make the same comparisons that I did without knowing what my conclusion was, and they come to their own conclusions. So that would be my verifier. At that point, if we're in agreement on whatever the conclusion was, that's when I make my report, make sure everything is in the case file. And then a third firearms examiner, who is not me, who is not my verifier, will then go into the case file, go through all the documentation, and make sure that everything on the report is supported by all the documentation in the case file.
Did that happen in connection with this case?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what proficiency testing is?
So proficiency testing is something that we undergo at the GBI. Basically, an outside vendor has a series of tests, whether that be firearms PT or proficiency test, looking at bullets or cartridge cases. We could have tool mark PTs. The type of tool can vary. Serial number restoration PTs and muzzle to target distance determination PTs. Basically, the outside vendor has a big group of these testings that goes out not just to us, but to other labs as well. And they have the ground truth, which basically just means there's somebody waiting at the end of the answer sheet, right? And so throughout our time at the GBI, we will get proficiency tests where we get this test from the outside vendor. We go through our analysis like we would if it were a case, and then give our results to that outside vendor, who will then let us know if we reach the expected results.
And excuse me, were you subject to proficiency testing?
I am.
And I'm assuming you're still employed?
I am.
Okay. Are you required to document, I believe you said you create reports, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury how your notes and your reports are performed during the course of an examination?
So while I'm doing my examination, I have different worksheets that I'm filling out with things like class or different characteristics that I'm seeing. As I'm working my case, I'm filling out these worksheets. We're looking at things called class characteristics and individual characteristics. So class characteristics are things that are determined by the manufacturer. So basically, whenever a tool, whether that's a firearm or a different type of tool, is being made, the manufacturer is going to have certain specifications on, we'll look at tools, we'll say how wide that tool is, whether it's serrated or smooth, things like that. The manufacturer is going to determine before the manufacturing process ever starts what that tool is going to look like, certain characteristics of that tool, how long it is, how wide it is. So things like that will get noted in the worksheets, documenting any trace evidence that we might have observed on these tools, just kind of documenting as we go what we're doing and what we're seeing. At the end, we are coming to our conclusion on whether or not we have an identification, an elimination, inconclusive in regards to any tools that were submitted compared to the tool marks. And so that's also going to be documented inside the case file. So all of this documentation is put together in the case file, and then the report that comes out are our conclusions. So that's why we have that third step. Our peer reviewer is looking at everything in the case file, all that documentation, to make sure all the conclusions that are in your report that are stating here are the findings, those are supported by the documentation.
Does that assist you when you come to potentially testify in a court of law concerning a prior examination or analysis that you performed?
It does.
And given the number of cases that you just described, how many on average do you think you handle a year?
A year?
Or in your, whatever is the easiest way for you to define it.
I'll say in my time of working cases, I've worked somewhere between 200 and 300.
Okay. And specifically, have you ever testified before in the field of forensic firearms analysis and tool marks?
I have.
How many times?
41.
Okay. What counties?
Liberty, Chatham, Glenn, Camden, Ware, Augusta, Richmond, Bullock, Fulton, Jeff Davis, Wayne. Could be more. That's all I can think of at the moment.
Okay. All over the state, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been denied status as an expert in the field of forensic firearms analysis and tool marks?
I have not.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to offer Lauren Satcher as an expert in the field of forensic firearms analysis and tool marks.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, then she's so qualified, you may continue.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, have you always been a firearms and tool mark analyst for the Crime Laboratory?
Since starting with the GBI, yes.
Okay. Are there limitations to tool mark examination? Meaning, what would make it more difficult for you to render a conclusion with respect to tool mark examination?
So looking at tool mark examination, we'll say, as opposed to firearms examination, which again is a subset, but bullet's only going to travel down the barrel of the gun one way, right? When it comes to tool mark examination, there's a lot more factors that you have to take into account. So for instance, how was that tool used? Was there any leverage involved? What part of that tool was used? So if you have, let's say, bolt cutters, where the blades are this long, the padlock, the bolt's not that big. So where on that cutter was used to cut that padlock? So you have to take other things into consideration with tool mark examination, like how that tool is used. Tools aren't always used in the way that they were intended to be used. So you have to take that into account, which direction they were coming from. Did they come from multiple directions? And then again, where on that tool was used relative to whatever it was being used on. So all of these things together can add some limitations, but just, I'd say, more complications than if we were just looking at, say, a firearm, where again, it's really only being used in one way.
So for example, if I were to reference a blade on a knife, is it possible that the mark was made by a different potential segment on the knife?
Objection, leading. Can you rephrase that?
Certainly. Can you explain to the jury how the length of a knife blade might impact your tool mark examination analysis?
So again, we kind of have to look at the size of the thing that's being cut relative to the tool that is doing the cutting. So again, if you have a cutting surface that's however long and whatever it's being used on is much smaller, you don't know for sure where on that blade was used. And if you have multiple things you're comparing it to, you don't know for certain if the same part of that blade was used on every item because that blade is longer than whatever the item is. So again, that's one of those complications that comes in with tool marks, that things you have to take into account.
Okay, if I can approach for just a moment. My apologies, Your Honor, I believe the other item is behind the witness. Thank you. Now, in preparation for this case, well, let me back up one moment. Were you asked to analyze any items in connection with this case?
I was.
What items were you asked to analyze?
So I had some segments of bones, a deer processing kit, and a knife.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, does the firearms and tool mark section follow the same standards and protocols for evidence submission as the other areas within the laboratory?
Yes.
How does that work with the bones themselves? How did you get those?
So those would have been submitted by the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Do they go in through the locker or do they come in a different fashion?
It has to go through our evidence receiving. So I'm not exactly sure how they would have gotten these from the medical examiner's office, but it has to go through the same procedure as all evidence that's coming from the medical examiner's office. So it has to be submitted through evidence receiving, where it's given its own item number, case number, things like that, entered into our laboratory information management system. Pictures are taken of it, how it was submitted, things like that, before it can come up to me.
Okay. And did all of that occur in this case?
It did.
Did that happen with respect to the bones themselves?
It did.
Did that happen with respect to the knife?
It did.
And did that occur with respect to the deer processing kit?
It did.
Do you have two of those items in front of you now?
I do.
Can you tell us the exhibit numbers, the little red tag on the knife first?
States Exhibit 1.13.
Okay. And the deer processing kit, what number is that?
2.25C.
Okay. And let's talk first about the knife. Do you know who submitted that knife?
That would be Region 5, GBI Region 5.
Okay. And when you received that knife, can you tell the jury what a suspect tool is?
So a suspect tool is a tool that was taken off of whoever the suspect is or from their property. They have that tool that's connected to a person, and they usually, the reason it's being submitted is to see if we can determine if it was the tool that was used.
Okay. Would that also involve tools at crime scenes?
They would.
Okay. And specifically, the knife in your possession there, was that a suspect tool?
It was.
Okay. And can you tell us if there's a difference to suspect tools versus the deer processing kit that you're also holding?
So the knife was a suspect tool, so something that was connected somehow to the crime, whether through a suspect or through the crime scene. The deer processing kit, I knew beforehand that it was not connected to this kit itself is not connected to a suspect or a crime scene, but it had been purchased by either the DA's office or an agency to be compared to markings to see if they had the same class characteristics.
Okay. So are there limitations when it's not a suspect tool?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So knowing that something is not a suspect tool, I am not going to be looking for individual characteristics. So individual characteristics are things that are incidental to manufacturing. So when that tool is made and there's a lot of metal on metal interaction that's happening and it's leaving behind microscopic imperfections on that tool, these are individual characteristics specific to that tool. So that's why when I'm doing my comparisons, first thing I'm gonna look at is class characteristics, things that the manufacturer determined, like width, shape, things like that. If those are in agreement, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for individual characteristics. So those microscopic imperfections, because I'm trying to determine if that specific tool was the tool that was used. However, for the deer processing kit, when I was made aware on the front end that this is not a suspect tool, so I am not going to do that individual comparison because I already know that it's not the tool. So I'm not going to look at individual characteristics to compare them to try to determine if it is this specific tool because I already know that it's not.
Okay. And Can you tell us, when you received the bones, did you do anything with them to process them?
I did.
What did you do?
I cleaned them off, and then I wrote item numbers, and I gave each end letter designation, so end A and end B.
Why did you give them letter designations?
Because I knew that one side was made by the medical examiner's office. One side was cut by the medical examiner's office, and the other was the suspect cut. So I needed to have a way to differentiate which side I was looking at for investigative purposes and which side was the cut that was made by the medical examiner's office and I could disregard.
And I was just going to ask, did you do anything with respect to any of the cuts made by the medical examiner's office?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I knew they were made by the medical examiner.
Okay. And the other end, those were the ends that you were examining, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in anticipation of your testimony here today, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation with the slides of the work that you performed?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you a series of items. I want to ask if you recognize them before we commence. I'm showing you witness 1.102A through O. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those photographs? Take a moment to go through them.
I do.
Do you recognize them?
I do.
What do you recognize those photographs to be?
These are photographs of the bones and then casts that I made of some of the bones, and then some photographs of a piece of lead wire that I made some cuts in with a saw from the deer processing kit, and a close-up of the teeth of the saw of the deer processing kit.
Are those all photographs that you yourself took, rather?
I did.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of, or just photocopies, rather, of the original photographs?
They are.
At this time, I would seek to introduce those photographs, Your Honor.
No objection. They are new objects.
Thank you. At this time, I'd also like to provide her with 1.103. I'm handing you a 2-page document. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that you're holding?
It is my report.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be the report that you prepared in connection with your conclusions concerning the knife and the bones?
I do.
Is that an accurate report, just a photocopy of the original?
It is.
Does it have your signature on it?
It does.
At this time, I would seek to introduce 1.103.
No objection, Your Honor. It's also admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury, I'm going to start with your PowerPoint. The PowerPoint itself, does that have any notations that you made as well? Meaning in the margins in addition to just the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so in a fashion to attempt to assist the jury in understanding your processing of the materials?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce that as a demonstrative aid, that being listed as photo PowerPoint within the subfolder of Lauren Satcher under witnesses on 1.101, the USB.
No objection to it being admitted as a demonstrative.
I have this photograph separately, Your Honor, before the court. At this time, may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go to slide number 1. And can you tell us what is that number that's depicted on the screen?
That would be the DOFS, or Division of Forensic Science, case number.
Okay. And does every case have its own unique number?
It does.
Do you recognize that number as associated with this case?
I do.
And did you document that in your report?
I did.
Can you tell us what's in the very first slide that is here? One moment. Where it says item 23.
So item 23 would be the humerus bone. What we're looking at there is those markings in the center of the bone.
Okay. And with respect to that bone, were either of the ends of that bone examined by you?
They were not.
Why not?
Because both of the ends were cut by the medical examiner's office.
Okay. So that was from an intact bone that was provided to you being basically cut out by the medical examiner?
Correct. So the medical examiner saw the tool marks and then just cut out that segment of bone and only submitted that portion of the bone.
Okay. And can you tell us, what did you do with this segment, number 23, when you received it?
So again, I would have cleaned it off and then given it, wrote the item number on it. You can kind of see on the left, I've designated one side A and one side B just so we can orient the bone. And then just kind of...
Does that assist?
There we go. And then just documented the presence of what I call false starts.
Can you tell us what a false start is?
So a false start is any cut that was made that was not finished. So a terminal cut would be a cut that's made all the way from top to bottom and it severs, like what the Emmy did, where they completely severed. False starts are cuts where they started the cut and it was never finished. It's just called a false start.
Okay. Can you tell what the difference is between a false start and a deep false start?
So a deep false start is just a type of false start. These are pretty shallow false starts. A deep false start would just be that cut that goes deeper into the bone before it stops. So it doesn't go all the way. It's not a terminal cut that completely severs, but it's a deep false start if it's going far into the bone, but is not actually used to completely finish the cut.
Okay. Well, when you first received the knife that you have, if you could actually, there are gloves if you'd like to your right. If you could show it to the jury, I'm referring to the, not the deer processing kit, but the first knife. Can you tell the jury what you did with respect to that knife when you first received it?
So when I received this knife, the first thing that again I'm gonna look at is class characteristics. So I'm looking at things that are easy to determine, like the manufacturer, documenting the width, the length, the type of blade. I'm looking for any trace evidence that I can see just with my naked eye on here. And so I am just basically at first glance at this knife giving an overview of all of the different characteristics that I'm seeing of this knife.
Okay. And would that include the type of knife that it is, meaning is it serrated or smooth, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And would you document that?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to this knife, did you note any individual characteristics?
With this knife, I never looked for individual characteristics on this knife because I didn't do a comparison of this knife to anything at an individual characteristic level.
Okay. Why not?
So I was able to determine that this knife was not used on the other 4 bones based on a disagreement of class characteristics. Basically, this knife, it has a beveled edge, so it kind of goes in. So the cut that it's going to make is going to be a V shape. Okay. And as we'll see a little bit later with some of these bones, where you can see the floor in these false starts, what's called the kerf floor, is in a W shape, which tells me that we're not looking at a knife that leaves the V-shaped floor, as well as some patterns that are consistent with tooth hop on the bones.
I'm going to slow you down for just a second. You said tooth hop?
Tooth hop.
Okay. Is that T-O-O-T-H, tooth hop?
Correct.
Okay. And what are you referring to when you say the word tooth hop?
So when you're looking at some of the bones, you can see what kind of looks like peaks, or I guess valleys. Basically, what this indicates is the presence of teeth on whatever tool was used, because as that tool is going into the bone, and as each tooth hits, it's going to make a motion like this, and the teeth themselves can leave impressions behind on the wall of the cut. So looking at the wall of the cut, you can see what's consistent with tooth hop, which basically just is that little hopping motion that's happening as whatever tool was being pushed into the bone. And as each tooth is introduced and it causes that up-down motion, it's leaving predictable waves or peaks or valleys or motions.
Okay. Now you said that this knife had a V shape. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to put us onto the next slide. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
So this is a photograph that I took under my microscope. So we're looking at that same bone. So it is the humerus. We're looking at those false starts kind of from the side there. So you can see that they're pretty shallow. And that's just documenting those false starts on that humerus.
Now I'm pointing to a section right here on the very far left. Can you tell the jury what conclusions, if any, that you could make with respect to that mark?
So looking at this bone, I was not able to eliminate or even compare to the knife. The problem being that area that you were just indicating. I can't tell because there are so many false starts here. I can't tell if what I'm looking at there is 2 different false starts or if it's one in the shape of a W. So there's basically too much noise going on with all of these shallow false starts. So I can't determine exactly the characteristics that I'm looking at, even in that section. It could be the W shape that's indicating some teeth, or it could be 2 different false starts from a knife with a V shape.
So would it be fair to say that you are super conservative when it comes to your analysis?
Objection meeting.
I'll rephrase. How does that impact your analysis when it comes to multiple false starts versus a saw tooth pattern?
So in this case, with this bone, just because there are so many that I can't really determine confidently where one false start is compared to another, especially on that side that has a little bit deeper of a cut. Because I can't with any confidence make a determination on how many false starts are right there, I am not going to speculate on the shape of the false start.
Okay. And the tool marks that you see on the farther right portion of this bone, to the right of the letter 3, or the number, I should say 3, did you draw any conclusions there?
No.
Same analysis?
Yes. So for this entire bone, it was the same story. There's just too many shallow false starts for me to be able to confidently give any characteristics to it.
Okay, but you tried.
I did.
Now I'm going to turn to, and just so we're clear, you said the humerus. What part of the body is that?
It's the arm.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn now to the next slide, item number 24. Can you tell us what you observe in this slide under item 24?
So this is a different bone. We're looking at the suspect cut side. So the part that's down that is not in focus, that's the side that the ME cut. So we're not concerned with that side. What I'm looking at on this end of the bone, you can see there's a couple very, very, very shallow false starts right at the top of that, top to the right of that side of the bone.
May I approach the witness for just a moment? Would it assist at all? I don't know if it won't show up perhaps on that monitor. I don't know that it would help. I was going to try and get for that. If you could just maybe for the record then indicate where you're referring to on the picture. Is on the right side or the left side of the bone?
So on the right side of the bone, you see two little scratches.
Are you referring to this section right here? You said two scratches?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be some very, 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 very shallow false starts. And then farther to the left, you can see that big, yes, that area right there where you see that big trench. That would be a deep false start. So again, that false start where that tool started to go down, and then before finishing the cut, it was taken back out.
Okay. And if we scroll down to the next slide, can you tell us what's depicted in this slide of item 24?
So here we're looking at the floor of that false start. So these cut or saw marks are called kerfs, K-E-R-F, kerf. So in this picture, we can see the width of that kerf and a little bit of the floor of that kerf. So here I'm measuring the width because the blade that made this cut cannot be wider than the cut itself. So if you have a blade that's 3 inches wide and you have a cut that's 0.07 inches or 0.067 inches, obviously that blade did not fit. So we're looking at the width of the cut or the false start that was made because that can give an indication of what type of tools could or could not have made the cut.
Okay. And you indicated that this one was a kerf floor. Is that right?
Here's why kids at K-12 powered schools are happier. Online public school means kids can learn anywhere they're comfortable, whether that's in their home or on the go. More than 3 million happy kids love learning where they feel safe with K-12. Find a school for your learning style. Enroll today.
Basically meaning that the teeth of the saw are kind of at angles. So as that that tool is sawing, the teeth are cutting in on either side, and then there's that W shape as it comes up in the middle where the teeth aren't at.
Okay. And so how would that reflect with respect to the knife that you have held up for the jury?
Again, so since that knife would make a V shape, it's not going to make a W shape like this. It has that beveled, non-serrated, no teeth edge on the knife.
Do you have any way to do tool mark analysis on human flesh?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, it's for one thing, it's too malleable. It's not going to pick up those markings from the tool. And in addition to that, I didn't get any, so I can only work with what I have.
Would you normally cut human flesh as part of your analysis?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any way, withdrawn, do you have any way of knowing whether or not that knife was used on the flesh of this deceased?
I have no way of knowing that.
I'm now scrolling to the cast. That's item 24 cast. And just so we're clear, can you tell us what item 24, what that was, what bone?
The right femur.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, how many segments of bone did you look at?
5.
And which were those?
The right humerus, and then the right and left femur, the leg side and torso side of both femurs.
So would it be fair to say both sides of the cuts?
Yes.
Okay. And 24, you said was the right femur?
It is.
I'm now scrolling down to that cast. Can you tell the jury what's depicted here in the cast?
So during my analysis, I looked at the bones themselves, but I also took casts of the bones to try to see if there are any other characteristics that were visible when I casted it that I couldn't see by just looking at the bone. So the reason it looks brown is it's a Accutrans cast. It kind of looks like a caulk gun, and you put that material onto the bone, let it set, and you can pull it off. So that's what we're looking at here is a casting of the bone. What I'm showing here is a pattern that's consistent with the tooth hop. So remember, during that sawing process, as the different teeth come into contact with the bones and it causes that tool to move up and down, it can leave behind waves or valleys kind of like this that you can measure, and it can give an idea of the distance between two teeth on the saw. So in this cast, looking at 2 different areas where you can see a very consistent measurement between the different peaks or the valleys left behind.
Okay. And with respect to your analysis, did you have a suspect saw to compare?
I did not.
So the only suspect tool you had was what?
The knife.
And you had made a conclusion with respect to the knife already, is that correct?
That's correct.
With respect to each of the femur portions, were you able to determine if each of them had characteristics that would be something that could allow for inclusion or exclusion? I don't know if I phrased that too complexly. Let me maybe try again. Did you have a chance to look at each of those 4 bone segments?
I did.
And when you looked at them, were you able to find a curved floor for each of those 4 segments?
I don't believe each one had a curved floor.
Okay, let's turn to them then. And let's look at item number 25. Can you tell us what's depicted on this slide?
So item 25 is the left femur.
Okay.
What we're looking at here is that projection on the end there, that's a bone spur.
Can you tell us what a bone spur is?
So a bone spur is, you see that piece of bone that's jutting out. So how that happens is when you're cutting, and as you get close to the end, that portion isn't cut, it's actually fractured off. So think about when you're cutting something, when you get close enough and there's just not enough holding on anymore, instead of you having to cut all the way through, that last part will just break off. So that's what we're looking at here, is just the bone spur, or the part where it didn't actually have to be cut, because when we got close enough, the force was enough to break it the rest of the way without having to be cut.
Okay. And are bone spurs always present?
Not always.
Can you tell us why bone spurs would be present or would not be present?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe this is outside your field of expertise. Your response?
Your Honor, I'll rephrase it to make it perhaps easier. I'm going to scroll back up to slide 23. Do you see this slide?
Yes.
Are there bone spurs on this slide?
No.
Why not?
A bone spur is only going to happen when there is a terminal cut. So when it's a cut that makes all the way to completely sever whatever the object is. So without having been completely severed, you can't have a bone spur.
Okay. And in a scenario where a body would potentially be on an autopsy table, would that impact the ability for there to be a bone spur or not?
So since a bone spur is formed by the force, basically, of the saw coming down, some of that's going to come down to how the object is being supported. So how the object is supported can determine whether or not there's a bone spur.
Okay. So now going back down to slide number 25. In this case, you indicated that there was a bone spur, correct?
Correct.
And which portion of the body was this bone number 25?
The left femur.
Okay. Did you do a cast of that bone?
Of 25?
Yes.
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what item 26 cast is of?
So item 26 is also the left femur, but the other side of the left femur. Again, we're just looking at that pattern on the cast. So I cast all the bones twice, just to compare casts of each other to see if I'm getting the same thing on both. And you can see in item 26 cast as well, we're getting those kind of valleys that are in kind of a predictable pattern and the same spacing apart, which again is consistent with tooth hop.
And so would that also be consistent with what type of a instrument?
It's consistent with a saw.
I'm now turning you to item 27. Can you tell us what is depicted here?
Item 27 is the other side of the right femur. And on the left side of that bone, we're looking down on it. You can see that, again, deep fault start visible. We're looking down from above.
Would that be just to the left of the letter A?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, is there anything unique about deep false starts that are different than shallow false starts? And what I'm referring to is the types of tools that would be associated with that.
So deep false starts are more indicative of, say, a power tool, just because power tools take less energy. So if you have a deep false start and you were to pull that tool out, it doesn't take much energy to start a new cut, as opposed to with a hand tool where the user is the one supplying all the energy. If you've made it most of the way through the cut and you take that tool out, it's a lot of work. So it makes more sense to go back into the original cut.
Did you view item 27 under a microscope as well?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you find?
I also measured the width of that kerf for item 27 to see, again, we're looking at the width because I know that any blade that made that cut can't be wider than the cut itself. So for that blade to fit into that cut, it has to be that size or skinnier. So it's just taking measurements of that cut to have an idea of what width of blade we're looking at.
And would it be fair to say that you came up with measurements of varying points on the cut itself?
I did.
And can you tell us anything about how much of a margin of difference there was at the different points?
So for this one, it looks like the smallest was 0.064 inches and the largest was 0.070. So we're looking at a difference of 0.006.
Would it be fair to say then that that's fairly consistent through the cut itself?
Yes.
Now showing you item 27. Does that give any visibility to that you can describe?
So again, for item 27, we've got another measurement of the width, as well as in this picture in particular, you can very clearly see that W-shaped floor.
And that's indicative of?
A saw.
And item 27, what part of the bones was that?
The right femur.
Did you take a cast of that item as well?
I did.
Did you see any indicative markings that drew your analysis?
So again, on this cast, we can see a pattern that is again consistent with tooth hop, measuring about the same distance as the previous ones.
Did you compare the bones and the casts to each other?
I did.
Were there any consistencies or inconsistencies?
So as far as individual characteristics, so I compared all the bones to each other and the casts to each other to see if I could determine if they were all cut by the same tool, which I was not. I was neither a lack or there was neither an agreement or disagreement of individual characteristics. So in comparing them to each other, I could not determine if they were all created by the same exact tool. And looking at some of the class characteristics, there were similarities with the W-shaped curved floor and the distance between the pattern that was consistent with tooth hop.
Okay. Now, these next slides that are here, can you tell us why you placed them in here?
So for the next slides, I am looking at kind of stuff on the bones that we've already looked at. So the width of the curve, the floor, things like that, comparing them to the saw, class characteristics on the saw in the deer processing kit.
Okay, can you tell us what you found there?
So looking at those pictures of the bones on the right, we've already seen them. It's just showing again the width of that kerf between, here we've got 0.064 and I think our widest is 0.071 inches. And then on the left there, that is a cut that I made in a lead wire using the saw from the deer processing kit. So I've measured the width of that cut there, and I also measured the saw itself, which comes out to about 0.064 to 0.070 inches wide. Basically, all this means is that I can't exclude it because remember before looking at those pictures, I said if the width of the blade was wider than the cut, then you can exclude that blade that's being used. In this case, the width of the saw is not wider than the width of the cut, so I can't exclude it.
Can you show us what saw you're referring to in the deer processing kit? If you need to stand up, that's fine. And is that the saw that you examined during the course of your analysis?
It is.
Can you tell the jury what, if anything, you observed? And I'm now going to turn to the next slide with respect to that blade.
So again, I measured the width of it to see if it was wider than the cut made in the bone, to see if I could exclude it. And then I also measured the distance in between the teeth of the saw to compare to that pattern from the cast of the bones that's consistent with tooth hop. So you can kind of see I have different measurements there on the teeth. That's because the teeth kind of come out at an angle. That's why it's leaving that W-shaped floor. And so the distance between the teeth that are kind of on the same side of the saw is about 0.227 inches or 0.230 to 0.231, depending on which side you're on.
Did you take a cast of the saw itself?
I did not.
So that cast on the right is what?
The cast on the right there is of the bone item 24, which is the right femur. And it's looking at, again, that pattern consistent with tooth hop.
Can you tell us what's depicted in this last slide here?
So here is just showing on the left side, that is that lead wire that I cut using the saw. I did a terminal cut, which on the far left there, you see that circle towards the bottom is showing that spur. So as I made that terminal cut, when I got towards the end, the weight of that.
Did you know there's a type of insurance that pays you while you're still alive? Most homeowners have never heard of it. It's called mortgage protection insurance.
Actually cut it. So that's what you're looking at right there, is that point that fractured off instead of being cut off as I made that terminal cut. The circle on the right is just showing I did a false start. So I started the cut, just didn't finish it, so we could see what that curved floor looked like. It's kind of got a lopsided W shape to it. And that's just showing on the right, the bone spur from item 25 and the width of the curve on item 27. I I can't exclude this tool. I obviously cannot say that it is the tool or it is this exact type of tool. I just can't exclude it.
Now, with respect to that being a non-suspect tool, would that have come into play as well?
Yes.
How so?
I'm not going to compare individual characteristics. So I, at no point, am going to compare the individual characteristics from this tool to the markings on the bones, because I know that this was purchased and it's not a suspect tool, so it's not connected. So I can't really go too far in depth onto whether or not it's this tool. Mostly with this, the most conclusive thing that I could have done would be to exclude this tool.
Did you know that up front?
I did.
So you knew that you were testing this and the only potential outcome was exclusion as a non-suspect tool?
Objection needed.
Withdrawn. Is there a way that you would have been able to determine if this was included as it's not a suspect tool?
Objection needed.
That's not, I'll overrule that objection. You can answer the question.
So as far as including it, I cannot say that it is this exact type of tool. I can do much less in terms of including it. Again, excluding it would be the most conclusive thing that I could have done, because if it doesn't fit, then it can't be this type of tool. As far as including it, at no point am I going to compare those individual characteristics to determine if it is this exact tool. And since we're looking at class characteristics, things that manufacturer is going to determine that's going to be part of a large group of tools, I cannot say it is this exact tool. So,
did you look at the other items inside of that toolkit?
I did.
Can you take them out and show them to the jury, please? If we could, just as you go through each of them, can you tell us what conclusion you were able to render with respect to each tool and why?
So this is a butcher knife. It has a non-serrated edge, so a smooth edge. So this can be excluded because just like the suspect knife, it's going to leave that V-shape curved floor, and it doesn't have any teeth that would leave that pattern consistent with tooth hopping.
Could you test that type of a knife against flesh?
I can't test anything to flesh.
Okay. What about the next item in the kit?
This is a boning knife. Again, it has a non-serrated edge, so a smooth edge is going to leave the V-shaped curved floor, and it has no teeth or no serrations on it. So I was also able to exclude this knife, or this type of knife.
And your exclusion is for what portion of the remains?
So that's talking about the left and right femur.
Okay. And the next item?
Steel rod. This is just for sharpening all the other tools.
And was there any reason to think that that was used in any way?
No. Caper knife, again, flat, no serrations, no teeth. So it leaves a V-shaped curved floor and no pattern consistent with tooth hop because there is no serrations and no teeth.
Were there any other knives there?
One more. This is a drop point knife with, again, no serrations, no teeth. So it leaves a V-shaped curved floor and no tooth hop.
During your examination, did you ever have an opportunity to examine any power tools?
I did not.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a hand tool and a power tool?
So a hand tool is powered by the user. Power tool is powered by some kind of other mechanical force like a battery, electricity, fuel, gasoline, something like that.
Okay. Can you render any opinion as to whether or not the deep false starts on items 24 and 27 were performed by a hand tool or power tool?
Again, deep false starts are more indicative of a power tool because, again, you're having to use less user force. So it's a lot easier if you get a false start and come back up. It doesn't take much work to start a new cut. So deep false starts do tend to be more indicative of power tools.
I can have just a moment. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Weinstein.
Examiner Satcher, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I believe we communicated this weekend.
Yes, sir.
Examiner Satcher, you had one suspect tool, correct, that you were asked to examine?
Correct.
And that suspect tool was the knife, State's Exhibit 1.13.
That's correct.
So you determined that that knife, do you have that knife in front of you now?
I do. Sorry, just took my gloves off.
I apologize for making you put it back on again.
Sorry.
Okay, would you mind holding that up for the jury again?
Sure.
So that knife that you are holding right now, that suspect knife, you determined that that knife could not have been used on the right femur, correct?
Correct. So I determined this knife was not used to create those cuts on either the right or the left femur.
And that includes both the portion of the femur that you examined that was on the leg and the portion of the femur that you examined that was on the torso, correct?
Correct.
You didn't examine any other suspect tools, correct?
I did not.
You can put the knife away now, thank you. The other tool that you were asked to examine was not a suspect tool, correct?
That's correct.
And what was your terminology for that tool again?
The saw?
Yeah, the saw. You had a word for a non-suspect tool, or you just call it a non-suspect tool?
A non-suspect tool, yeah.
Okay, so you examined that saw in the non-suspect tool, correct?
Correct.
And from that, you say you could draw, I guess, no conclusions. Is that accurate?
Pretty much. I can't exclude it, but I can't say it was that type of tool. So basically, there just weren't any class characteristics that let me say, okay, this could not have been the type of tool. But since class characteristics do turn, like, there's a whole bunch of different tools that are encompassed in class characteristics. Like, it's not just those types of saws that have teeth set that far apart with a width of a blade less than that cut. So there's nothing there that will allow me to exclude it, but I certainly could not say that it is that exact type of tool.
And I don't mean to test your memory, so if you need to look at something, just let me know. But item 27, the portion of the right femur still attached to the body, that had a deep false start in it, correct?
It did.
In a deep false start, you have testified a couple of times, that is more indicative of a power tool, correct?
That's correct.
And the saw that is the non-suspect tool, that is not a power tool, correct?
That's correct. It's a hand tool.
Let me ask you one other area. You make cuts into lead pipe. Is it lead pipe or lead wire?
Lead wire.
Lead wire. You make cuts into lead wire as well, correct?
I did.
And why do you use a lead wire?
So for one thing, it is made of a kind of a softer metal. So especially when we're using suspect tools, which was not the case when I made the cut with this saw, but when we're using suspect tools, we want to use as soft of a metal as possible because we don't want to damage the tool that we are trying to get markings from, because that is one thing that can leave individual characteristics as a tool is used and it picks up damage, nicks, scratches, things like that. That's adding more individuality to that tool. So if we were to take a suspect tool and then cut something really hard with it, we could be potentially erasing some individual characteristics or adding new ones. So we always are trying to make cuts in a softer material, in which case at the lab we have lead wire. So all that I'm trying to do in this case was just to see what kind of curved floor that type of tool would leave, and see if there's any other just characteristics that I could pick up from markings.
When you made the cut into the lead wire with the non-suspect saw, the width that you got in that cut was between, and you may need to look at the slide, was between, I guess there were three measurements, 0.092, 0.101, and 0.105 inches, correct?
Correct.
The width of the cut in the, I guess it is the right femur body, was between 0.064 and 0.070, correct?
Correct.
And didn't you testify that the knife that, for example, the knife that was used couldn't be any wider than that 0.064 to 0.070 width?
Correct.
Okay. And the cuts made into the wire, the 0.092, 0.105, and 0.101, those numbers are wider than 0.064 to 0.070, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything on reread?
You appeared like you wanted to explain that last question. Can you explain that for us? Meaning the width.
So the reason that I could not exclude it based on the width, because that cut is wider, is because of the width of the actual saw. So before I ever made this cut, I knew that the saw itself was The width of the saw itself was between 0.064 and 0.070 inches wide. So that's the width of the saw itself. If that had been wider than the kerf in the bone, then I could have excluded it. However, because the saw itself is not wider than the kerf in the bone, I can't exclude it. It will fit. It does make, at least in the lead wire, a wider cut or a wider kerf than that in the bone, but that's not enough for me to exclude it, simply because the saw itself is not wider than the cut.
Is bone different than lead?
It is.
Did you try cutting the bone?
I did not.
Why not?
It wasn't necessary because I have the width of the saw itself. Again, the only way that I would exclude it is if the saw itself was wider than the cut, because that's how I know it will not fit. I'm not going to exclude it on the width of the cut that it makes.
Nothing further.
Anything else, counsel?
You say that the saw was up to 0.070 wide, correct? I believe you just told D-State that.
Yes, 0.064 to 0.070.
So the saw is as wide as 0.070, correct?
Yes, so it's a range because I can't give, I'm measuring it, but I'm measuring at different points in different places. So that's why it's a range of 0.064 to 0.070.
But there are portions of the cut in the bone that are as narrow as 0.064, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Before I started using the farmer's dog, I would fill my dog's bowls up with dry kibble in the morning, and they would just kind of walk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's now about 12:45. We'll excuse you for lunch and ask you to be here just before 2 o'clock, if you would, please. So you've got about an hour and 10 minutes. Impeach court.
They have not been, but I can if the court wishes.
That would help so that the staff attorneys would have access.
If you want, then I'll take that. I'll give you a courtesy copy.
That'll
And I'll
work.
provide the original
That'll work.
report.
Okay.
When would you like my request to charge to be filed?
Obviously the next day or so.
Yeah, okay,
There
if
is.
I get it in by tomorrow night, would that be?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm giving the court a courtesy copy. That's first. Your Honor. Second, I have two witnesses for this afternoon. Given the time, it seems like it will probably take us close to the end of the day. What we have, as it's 2 o'clock now, it is the Christian Johnson from the GBI will be testifying concerning the.
If state would please call the next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Christian Johnson.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Christian Johnson. That's CHRISTIAN JOHNSON.
Where do you work?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Would it be fair to call you then Agent Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been with the GBI?
Been with the GBI almost 7 years.
And in what capacity are you with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm assigned as a special agent.
And did you work in law enforcement before you joined the GBI?
I did.
Where did you work?
The Dalton Police Department.
How long were you there?
Nearly 3 years.
So it would be fair to say about how long total?
9 years will be September.
Okay. And did you receive specialized training to become a law enforcement officer with the Dalton Police Department?
I did.
And subsequent to that, when you joined the GBI, did you receive additional GBI agent training?
I did.
Did you pass and qualify in both of those capacities?
Yes, I did.
And as a result, when you joined the GBI, did there come a time when you became assigned to a field office?
Yes, that's correct.
Where do you work?
Now I'm assigned to the Region 1 field office in Calhoun. However, I spent the majority of my career at the Region 5 field office in Statesboro.
During that time period, when were you assigned to the Statesboro office?
That would have been in January of 2019 until this past January.
So you left in this past January?
That's correct.
You said you're still with the GBI?
Yes, ma'am. Still with the GBI, just another field office.
Okay. And while in your capacity as a special agent with the GBI in Region 5, did you have occasion to work with Special Agent Tracy Sands in conjunction with this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what role you played in connection with this investigation?
Essentially, my role was that of a supporting agent. I wrote many of the search warrants to obtain records in this case.
Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Yes, ma'am. So essentially, a search warrant is a legal document that seeks authorization to perform a search. That may look different. It varies case to case. It could be a search on a place, a person, or a record.
Okay. And with respect to search warrants in conjunction with records, did you perform any or request any search warrants for records?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, I'm going to direct your attention first to Airbnb.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you would go about getting a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am. So I would draft the search warrant. I would present that to a judge. And if they saw probable cause for the issuance of the warrant, I would then serve that to the provider, in this case, Airbnb.
And would you be specific as to what it was you were looking for?
Yeah, so in this case, we were looking for account details or records associated with Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And at the time that you made that request for a search warrant, was one granted?
Yes, it was.
Did you serve that on anyone?
I did.
Who did you serve that on?
It was on Airbnb.
Okay. And when you say you serve that, what does that mean exactly?
So for many business entities, service is electronic, whether it be through a law enforcement portal where they receive legal process or through an email address.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response to your request from Airbnb?
I did.
And how did that response come into you?
It came electronically.
Okay. Were you able to specify any particular addresses or locations with respect to Airbnb data other than just Mr. Kassotis' name?
I'm sorry, so you asked for an address?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So an address of interest in this case, I believe, is 311 East 65th Street in Savannah, Georgia, which is where it's believed that Mr. Kassotis rented an Airbnb.
Okay. And was that information sought as well?
Yes, it was.
Did you receive a response from them concerning all of that?
Yes, I did.
And with those documents, were they preserved in their original format electronically when you received them?
Yes, they were.
Prior to actually seeking out that search warrant, can you tell the jury whether or not you, well, let me back up. How did you know that address?
So during the investigation, at a point, the evidence determined that Mr. Kassotis had rented an Airbnb with his then wife, Mindi. And we made contact with the Airbnb owner and had a conversation with her, and also procured screenshots of messages within Airbnb between Mr. Kassotis and the Airbnb owner.
Okay. And did you personally observe those messages?
I did.
As a result, were you able to see a profile picture associated with that Airbnb?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to receive phone numbers connected
Yes.
to that Airbnb account?
Yes, I did.
Did you see also screenshots between the owner of the Airbnb and who you believe to be the occupant of the residence?
Yes.
And who was that occupant?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And was that number and his name affixed on those screenshots?
Yes, it was.
When you saw that information, did that assist you in preparing the affidavit to secure the search warrants?
Yes, it did.
Did that also provide you, well, withdrawn, did you seek search warrants for any other locations other than Airbnb?
Look, other business records, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What business records were those?
So one was T-Mobile, another was AT&T and Verizon as well.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, can a search warrant request be denied?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, were they granted or denied?
They were granted.
Would that be to all of the locations, meaning business record locations that you just referred to?
Yes, that's correct.
So which search warrants, well, let me back up. Were there other search warrants as well?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Specifically today, we're going to only refer to Airbnb, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon with respect to the search warrants, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a response from each of those providers in respect to those search warrants?
Yes.
How did those come to you? You indicated electronically for Airbnb. How did the other ones come in?
They were all electronic.
Okay. And when they come in electronically, can you tell us what a declaration is?
Yes, ma'am. So it's essentially a certification of business records. The custodian of records will include that document to show that it's a valid and true depiction of the records that the business entity has at that time.
Okay. And did you receive one for each of those providers, meaning Airbnb,
Yes.
AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk specifically about Airbnb. When you received those records, were you able to look at those records?
Yes, I was.
Did you provide them to anybody else in conjunction with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
Special Agent Jay Burney of the FBI.
Okay. Did you also provide them to anybody within the GBI?
Yes, I did.
Who did you turn them over to?
The GBI uses analysts that are embedded in our field offices. So in this case, that would have been Lakita Lee.
Was there a time period that you were seeking to request those records for?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what that time period was?
I believe that was October 1st, 2022 to May 10th of 2023.
And with respect to the Airbnb, if I may, Your Honor. May I approach? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
You indicated that you sought a request for Airbnb. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, would that affidavit incorporate the date range of what records you were seeking?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Would it also include whose accounts specifically you were requesting?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated Nicholas Kassotis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also seek any information concerning any other names?
Yes, ma'am. It was our understanding that Mr. Kassotis was also going by another name or had changed his name at that time, which was Nicholas Killian James Stark.
When you made the request, was that incorporated as well?
Yes, it was.
And with respect to those records, can you tell us, you indicated October of what year?
2022.
Were you able to determine if there were records before that as well that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was the initiating period of that timeframe requested and received?
I believe that would have been June 30th of 2022.
Okay. And so what did you receive from which date to which date inclusive?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's June 30th to May 10th. June 30th of 22, excuse me, and then May 10th of 2023.
Okay. And did you ultimately determine by reviewing those records whether or not the period of that rental at the 311 East 65th Street in Savannah was included?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it?
Yes.
Did it indicate a time period in which that rental was held by Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And what was that rental dates?
I believe that was June 30th of 2022 to December 13th of 2022.
And were you also able to confirm the information provided to you by the owner of the Airbnb, Ms. Hansen?
Yes.
The records that you received, did it indicate who the owner of that account was?
Yes, it did.
And what was that owner's name?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Did you have an opportunity to confirm payment for that Airbnb through any other business records?
Yes, ma'am, I did. We also obtained Renaissance Bank records for Mr. Kassotis, which corroborated the payment for Airbnb.
Okay. So now at this time, I'm going to ask you, prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review the electronic records from Airbnb as they were received from them by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they on what is in evidence as states 1.101?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I am going to seek to introduce the exhibits electronically that are listed on 1.101 as certified business records folder with a subfolder Airbnb and then Airbnb production. Is that the records you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that there were Renaissance Bank records as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those Renaissance Bank records, how did you go about securing those?
Via search warrant.
Okay. And when those materials were requested, did you ultimately receive them back?
Yes, I did.
And whose name was the account holder that you were looking for from Renaissance Bank records?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And did you in fact receive a response from that request?
I did.
Now, specifically, was that received electronically as well?
Yes, it was.
Prior to your testimony here today, did you have occasion to again look at the records that were electronically documented on 1.101, the USB?
Yes.
Are those the same records that you received in response to your request from Renaissance Bank?
Yes, they are.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce the records that are listed under Renaissance Bank in the subfolder of certified and business records on 1.101.
Any objection? No objection. Your Honor. They're admitted.
And with respect to those records, did you have occasion to look to determine whose account was in fact received?
Yes.
And whose account was that?
It was Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And on those records, did it list a certification of business records?
Yes, it did.
And that was included within the electronic discovery?
That's right.
Okay. Ultimately, did you give those records to anyone in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
Who did you give those records to?
Both the GBI analyst, Lee, and FBI agent, Jay Burney.
Okay. And those bank records, ultimately, I'm referring specifically to the account ending in 141. Is that what you're referring to here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified that you had a conversation with the owner of the, well, let me back up. You had seen screenshots from the owner of the Airbnb, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And during those screenshots, you ultimately viewed them on the Airbnb records?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to determine what phone number was being communicated with at that time?
Yes, I did. Would you like me to say
Yes,
that
please,
phone
if
number?
you know.
It's 912 47. I'm sorry, I have to refresh my memory. 47.
Did you actually have the screenshot in front of you?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw that screenshot, what did you do with that information from the screenshot?
So at that time, I took that wireless number and determined that it is a T-Mobile line, and ultimately wrote a search warrant for that number.
And did you submit that search warrant to a judge?
Yes, I did.
Was it granted?
It was.
Did you serve or give that search warrant to anyone?
Yes.
Who did you give it to?
T-Mobile, their law enforcement response center.
And when you sent that information to T-Mobile, did you receive a response from them?
Yes, I did.
Did that include a declaration page as well?
It did.
And did you receive the electronic page with all of the data as well in it?
Yes, I did.
With respect to that information, just so we're clear for the record, can you tell us what type of information you received from T-Mobile?
Yeah, so in that production, there is essentially spreadsheets that show call detail records and also data sessions, as well as subscriber information, excuse me. And those all show incoming and outgoing calls and data sessions within the time frame requested.
And who did you believe that phone number, 912-482-4570, to belong to at that time?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And ultimately, did you turn those records over to Agent Sands?
Yes, I did.
Did you also turn them over to anyone else?
Yes.
Who did you turn them over to?
Special Agent Burney.
And just curiously, why did you turn them over to Agent Burney from the FBI?
So Agent Burney serves on a unit called CAST, stands for Cellular Analysis and Survey Team. He can take call detail records and go in depth and really map those to show locations or certain communication patterns.
Do you do that yourself?
I do it sometimes, yes.
Okay. And so in this case, were you aware of what materials he was going to need?
Yes, I was.
And did you provide those to him?
Yes.
Did the period of time that you requested cover the dates surrounding this incident?
Yes, they did.
And would that include the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And the days thereafter?
Yes.
Did you secure any records from any other phone providers other than T-Mobile?
Yes, I secured records from AT&T and Verizon.
Okay, let's start with AT&T. How many phones did you try to get from AT&T's information?
So just one wireless record. However, I also obtained records pertaining to telematics for a vehicle.
Okay, and so for those records, let me back up. Let's talk first about the telematics. Did you have a vehicle identification number that you were seeking?
Yes, I did.
And that vehicle identification number, was that recovered during the course of the investigation?
It was.
And did you provide that to AT&T when you made the request?
Yes, I did.
Would it be fair to say that's a really long number?
It is.
Do you recall that number off the top of your head?
I do not.
I can just have one moment. May I approach your office? I'm handing you 1.19 in evidence. Can you turn to the second page, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a vehicle identification number that is consistent with this case?
Yes, there is.
And can you just tell us what vehicle identification number you attempted to secure in connection with this case records for?
Yes, it appears to be 1FMSK7DH7NGB37068.
And you indicated telematics. Was that with respect to what type of a device?
A vehicle. Some vehicles are outfitted with a wireless a SIM card similar to what you would find on a phone.
Okay. And did you receive a response from AT&T concerning that vehicle identification number data?
Yes, I did.
And was that received electronically?
It was.
Did you have a declaration page in that as well?
Yes.
And did you receive that in its entirety in a format that you forwarded to someone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you provide that to?
Special Agent Bernie.
I'm now referring to this State's Exhibit 1.101. Did you have an opportunity before your testimony here today to look at the records for AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon concerning the records that you received?
Yes, I did.
Were those complete, true, and accurate copies of what you received from those providers?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to seek to introduce on the State's Exhibit 1.101 under the folder FBI Cast Cell Phone Productions. There are subfolders for AT&T, AT&T Ford, T-Mobile Production, Verizon Production, and Verizon and T-Mobile data sessions. Thank you. You had a chance to look at them before your testimony, right?
Yes, I did.
Were those the records that you received from each of those companies?
Yes.
And did you turn all of those over to Agent Bernie of the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And again, the time periods in question that were sought for each of those, were those included in your search warrant?
Yes, they were.
And what was the time range that you sought for each of those?
I believe it was October 1st, 2022 to May 10th of 2023.
Okay. And why did you stop on May 10th of 2023?
I believe that was the day that I submitted the warrants themselves. So you can't write a search warrant for future records, if that makes sense.
Okay. And those responses incorporated all of those dates that you just referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, referencing phone number 434-964-8328 at Verizon. Well, actually, before I move on, was there a device that was believed to be attributed to Mrs. Kassotis, Miss Mindi?
A device or a wireless number?
A wireless number.
Yes.
Okay. And was that sought as well?
Yes, it was.
Were records received as well from the provider?
Yes.
Was that in the same format as what you previously described?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those included in the documents that I just referred to when I said AT&T records?
Yes.
Was hers also an AT&T device?
Yes, ma'am, a wireless number.
Okay. And I keep
That's
saying
okay.
device, my apologies. What's the difference?
So a device technically refers to the actual phone in your hand. The wireless number is that number associated with it that the business entity, in this case AT&T, would have records for.
So you didn't actually have the phone?
That's correct.
You just knew the number they were using?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, are those the records you sought?
Yes, ma'am.
So even if you don't have a phone, can you get those records from the phone company?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they preserve them?
They do for a time.
And does that vary from provider to provider?
It does.
Now, other than the Ford VIN number and the cellular number or the wireless number, did you then get records from Verizon concerning a wireless number as well?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, do you recall the number that you got from that phone?
I don't.
If I showed you something, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Showing the witness a copy of the warrant. Please take a look at that and let us know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what number were you seeking in conjunction with the Verizon number?
That number is 434.
Did you submit a search warrant for that?
Yes, I did.
And did you get a response from that search warrant?
I did.
Can you tell us how did you or why did you seek that specific number?
Yes, ma'am. So this number was associated on a police report from Lancaster Police Department when Mr. Kassotis reported his vehicle was on fire.
Did he provide a phone number to the Lancaster Police Department in conjunction with that report?
Yes, he did.
And as a result, were you able to use that number to try and seek records?
Yes,
So the T-Mobile records were from the screenshots with Ms. Hansen, is that right?
correct.
And then these were from the police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the time period associated with those records, would that be the same October 1st through May, October 1st of 2022 through May 10th of 2023?
Yes, it is.
And again, did you turn those over to anyone?
Yes, ma'am. Special Agent Bernie.
Okay. Do you also turn all of those records over to anybody within the GBI?
Special Agent Sands, and as well as our analyst, Ms. Lee.
Why would you give them to the analyst?
The analyst has different software that sometimes helps in analytics of different records, organizes information in a way that's easier for us to produce leads or otherwise analyze it, understand it.
Okay. And with respect to the bank records, do you know if any documentation or reports were generated as a result of reviewing those bank records?
Yes, ma'am. I believe Ms. Lee generated a report.
Okay. And you yourself did not, though?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I have no further questions for this.
Thank you, Agent. Your excuse. Our next witness, please.
The state calls Special Agent Jay Burney from the FBI.
Sure. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Burney.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Yeah, my name is James, last name Bernie, B-E-R-N-I.
Where do you work, sir?
I'm a special agent in the FBI.
How long have you been with them?
Almost 18 years.
What do you do in the FBI?
So I'm currently part of the FBI's CAST team, C-A-S-T.
What does that stand for?
So that stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
What does the CAST team do?
Yeah, so CAST is a team that was stood up by the FBI in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use of cell phone records in criminal trials. So CAST team members like myself specialize in both active and historical cell phone and social media tracking.
Okay. Do you have any education that rendered you able to perform those duties?
I mean, we get training specifically from the FBI, but I do have some relevant training that was prior to the FBI.
Okay. What was that?
So I spent 10 years active duty in the United States Army. The last 6 years, I worked at the National Security Agency, or NSA, where my job was to track Department of Defense high-value targets in Iraq and Afghanistan using their communication devices like cell phones and satellite phones.
Would it be fair to say that's almost exactly what you're doing now?
Yes, very relevant, correct.
Okay. And for how long were you doing that?
I did that for 6 years in the NSA.
Okay. And when you started with the FBI, what was your role when you first came in?
As a special agent, my job was to investigate criminal offenses. So I worked mostly violent crime cases, gun cases, drugs, kidnappings, those kinds of things.
Okay. At some point, you shifted to the CAST team. Is that right?
I did. So I got certified in 2016, and then it's been my full-time job just looking at cell phone records since 2019.
So for the last roughly 6 years, all you do is look at cell phone records?
Every day.
Okay. Can you describe the background of a typical CAST agent?
Yeah, so typical background is an agent or a lead investigator that's worked multiple criminal offenses and have used cell phone records in their cases. So the vast majority of us have been in the Bureau for 6 to 10 years, working cases prior to coming and working CAST.
Can you describe the training you received when you became a CAST agent?
Yeah, so we receive about 400 hours of specialized training in everything from radio wave theory, how does a radio wave move through space, to training directly from the cell phone manufacturers. So we get training directly from Apple, Samsung, LG. They come and teach us how do their phones operate. But probably the most relevant training we receive is from the cellular providers, meaning T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, what used to be Sprint when they were around. They would come in and teach us how does their network work. So from the time you hit that green button to place or receive a call, how is that call routed from towers to other parts of their network? How do they keep records on that routing? And then how would we as CAS team members use those records to get an area, general area of a device when it had activity on the network?
Did that training include an exam?
It does. So we have both a practical hands-on and a written exam in which you have to score 80 or above in both.
And did you receive any additional training or certifications?
So we get recertified every year. So again, I went through my initial training in 2016, but every year we get all the CAS team together. And again, we bring in members from various cell phone providers. Well, all the cell phone providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and they teach us the latest and greatest of what's going on within their network. So when is 3G going away? When's 5G voice going to be everywhere? So that way, when we come and testify, like I'm doing today, we have the latest and greatest information directly from the cell phone companies. And again, we do that every year.
Would it be fair to say that for the most part, they're very cooperative?
Extremely, yes.
Okay. And with respect to cellular technology utilized by major cellular providers in the United States, are you familiar with those?
I am. And again, we get that training initially when you go through training, but then every year you get recertified and get information directly from the providers. So yes.
Are you familiar with the record keeping practices used by the different providers?
Yes, that's part of our training as well.
Do they all use the exact same practices or do they have different ones?
They do not. They all use different methods. Now, their spreadsheets all look different, or some of them are even different formats, not Excel, but they all contain relatively the same information. And that's what allows us to map that information.
Do you provide any training in this area yourself to others?
I do. So I teach what's called a CAS basic course, which is a 2-day introduction course to law enforcement all throughout the United States. I've probably taught that maybe 24 times. I've also taught at our advanced course, and I'm part of our certification cadre where I teach testimony prep. I've also instructed in overseas locations. I handle the Caribbean, which isn't terrible. So I go to the Caribbean and conduct training. I've also conducted training in Mexico and the Ukraine before the war started.
What is historical call detail analysis?
Yeah, so by law, all the cell providers, meaning T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, they have to keep a record of every mobile device on their network. And they do this in what's called call detail records, or CDRs for short. So think of that CDR as like the old school phone bill when we used to get like a paper copy, right? It'd have our number, the other number we talked to, the date and time of the conversation, the other phone number associated with that conversation. But it also includes other information that is relevant and useful to the cellular providers and to law enforcement. And that is the cell phone tower and the sector or side of the tower that's used for every single call, text, or data session on your network. In addition to the CDRs, the phone companies have to keep what's called a tower list. So it is what it sounds like. It's basically a list of every cell phone tower that they have in the United States. So if we're talking about T-Mobile, that list contains every tower location for T-Mobile based on the date that we looked at. And then it breaks down each tower into the sides. So it'll say, hey, tower 123 is located at this specific spot on the earth. Side number 1 points in, at 0 degrees or north. Side number 2, 120 degrees. Side number 3, 240 degrees. So what historical call detail analysis is taking the call detail records when an activity occurred, like a call or a text, putting that together with the tower locations, where are those towers located that were used. And by putting those two things together, we can get a general location of where a device was when it had a call, a text, or a data session on the network.
Okay. Are there more or less towers in different parts of the country?
Yeah, so tower placement is really based upon population. So where more people live and more people work, there's going to be a need for more cell phone towers because more people are using phones. So like downtown Savannah, there's going to be more towers than there would be in rural parts of this county where maybe the population isn't as high. So tower density or tower location is done by the amount of customers they need to service. More customers, more towers.
Who makes that determination?
Yeah, that's the network itself, meaning folks from T-Mobile, Verizon, they look at their network and see, oh, hey, they just built this brand new apartment complex in this certain area. Our call volume on this one tower is really high. Let's add another tower or change some things within their network. So the network, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, are always reviewing what's going on within their network and making changes as necessary.
Do you have tower lists based on timeframes?
Yeah, so the cellular providers will send a list of cellular towers during a time period. So whenever they make a change to their network, normally it's every couple months or quarterly sometimes, they'll send a list into NDCAC, which is National Domestic Communications Assistance Center. It's basically the repository of all tower lists. So when AT&T makes a change, they'll send in their new tower list. All of those tower lists are kept all the way back to 2010. So if we need to analyze an incident that occurred, let's say in 2019, we can go to that repository and pull the towers as they were in 2019. So we're not relying on a current tower list of 2025.
And approximately how many times have you performed historical call detail analysis?
Yeah, so again, this has been my full-time job since 2019. So thousands of records. I look at records every single day, sometimes numerous records, and in all kinds of cases.
What types of cases do you use cellular analysis for?
Yeah, so the vast majority are going to be criminal cases because my requests will come in from DA's offices or sheriffs or police departments. But we can also use it anytime you need to locate a device. So about 6 months ago, we had a teen, who texted his parents, said, "Hey, I got a bunch of pills. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to commit suicide by taking these pills." So they contacted me. We were able to get cell phone records for this individual and basically map out a location of a search area for law enforcement to go and find them. So again, we can use this technique anytime you need to locate a device. So all kinds of cases.
What agencies can request CAS services?
Yeah, we support other federal partners like DEA, ATF, but also any state and local agencies. So any law enforcement agency that needs assistance can request it. And again, we also do some overseas analysis. I handle the Caribbean. I've done work in Mexico, the UK, and the Ukraine before the war.
Have you or CAST generally ever conducted an analysis where the person accused of a crime has been eliminated or cleared as a result of your review?
Yes, it's it's quite often, obviously, I get records from a police department, let's say, and they'll say, "Hey, here's records. Can you review them? Here's our incident location in Atlanta. Our suspect says that he was in Florida at the time of the incident." So I'll review the records and verify either that the device, the cell phone, was in the location of the crime, or help prove an alibi location of them being somewhere else, which happens quite often. And so with that, then those people would eventually be eliminated or cleared as potential suspects.
Is your analysis reviewed by anyone else after you perform it?
It is. So once I make the initial draft analysis of the case is sent to another CAST certified individual, all the original records. They review my report and the original records to verify that I didn't map a tower in a wrong location or use the wrong tower, those kinds of things. We then review their feedback before we make a final report, which is what will be presented today in trial.
Have you ever testified as an expert in court before?
I have.
How many times approximately?
About 120 different times in 10 different states.
And have you presented the results of your cellular analysis in court before as well?
I have.
What methodology did you use in forming your opinion?
Yeah, so just like we talked about historical call detail analysis, right? Looking at the CDRs, basically the phone bill plus the tower information, putting that together with the tower list, putting those two things together to get a general location of where a device was when it had an activity, a call, text, or data session on the network.
Are your results peer reviewed? I believe that's what you just described. Is that
I
correct?
did. Yes, they are.
Okay. And have you ever been denied expert status in a court of law?
I have not.
Have you been qualified as an expert in the field of cellular device location information?
I have.
Approximately how many times? Is that the 120 you were referring to?
Yeah, every time I've testified, so approximately 120 times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Special Agent Bernie as an expert in the field of cellular device location information.
Absolutely no objection. He's so qualified to give his opinion. You may proceed.
Thank you. In anticipation of your testimony here today, did you prepare a report concerning your analysis?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that was in the form of a PowerPoint, essentially?
It is.
Okay. Can you tell us what is the technology concerning cell site data? What is it that a cell phone does?
Yeah, so when a cell phone's on, it's always scanning the environment, looking for the strongest, clearest, the best signal. So when you're ready to use it for a call, a text, or a data session, the phone knows which tower has the best signal. So the phone chooses the tower with the best signal. Once you complete your activity, be it a call, a text, or a data session, that activity then goes onto the call detail records, that CDR, so the phone bill basically. And then we can use that information again to locate the towers and sectors used and form our opinion of the general location of a device.
Why do the phone companies keep that information?
Yeah, so they keep it to optimize their network. So what we're looking at is billing records. So all of these are billing records or business records, that are kept by the providers in order to optimize their network. Meaning they want to know where are calls being placed are, where are their dropped calls? Do I need to add a cell phone tower because now there's all of a sudden all these customers in a certain area? So they use these CDRs every day to optimize the customer experience.
And does your phone always use the closest tower?
It doesn't necessarily always use it. Again, it's based on a bunch of things that come into play, but it's using the best signal. Now it uses the closest tower the vast majority of times. Like very minimally does it use a tower that's not the closest, but it can.
Can you tell us what a drive test is?
Yeah, so a drive test is a test, an additional analysis step that we could use in CAST in order to basically determine the actual footprint of a cell phone tower. So we have some equipment that's the same equipment used by the cell phone companies, the same equipment used by T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T to test their network. We put that on a vehicle or a boat or whatever area we're going to test. And then we drive or sail or bike, however we need to, the entire area. And that allows us to determine the actual footprint of the tower. Meaning if the phone is in a certain location, just like the phone, the drive test gear will tell us which tower and sector is the serving cell, meaning the strongest, clearest signal. And we can make a graphical representation of what the footprint of the tower and sector actually looks like. That'll make more sense when we can look at it.
Okay. And are you able then essentially to confirm the tower information in the records?
Yeah, what we can do with a drive test is really to say at a specific location, the device, the cell phone, would have chose this tower because it's the strongest, clearest signal. And then we can show at what point the phone would have picked another tower and sector based on the location of the device as it is locations with the other towers. Again, this will make more sense when we can actually see it.
Were you asked to look at any data in connection with this case?
Drive test data?
Any data? What data were you asked to look at?
Yeah, so I was asked to look at 3 mobile devices, so cell phones, and then cell phone records from a vehicle or connected car.
Okay, and can you tell us what is a connected car?
Yeah, so in later model cars, starting 2017, 2018 is kind of a good time period. The vehicle manufacturers starting to put in cell phones into cars, right? So it was initially it's sold as, hey, you can make your car into a Wi-Fi hotspot, right? And your kids can play video games in the back when you drive on vacation. Well, what they're really doing, the auto industry, is using the cell phone to collect information about the car. Like how many miles does it have? How is it running? Is it performing how it's supposed to? And then it's sending that information through the cell phone network back to Ford, Nissan, Toyota, so that they can send you a coupon for an oil change, or they can see how your car is running so they can make changes to future model cars. So they're collecting information. So a connected car, in theory, is just a vehicle that has a cell phone built into it that communicates via the network.
And in this case, you indicated that you examined one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how would, well, let's go back for just a second. You indicated you prepared a report in connection with this?
I did.
Okay. And prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to see that report?
I did.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to introduce on State's Exhibit 1.101 that report. It's an 18-page slide by Agent Burney in connection with this case. I've shown it to counsel.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. It is admitted.
If we can turn on the monitor, please. Is this your report?
It is.
Just for the record, this is inside of a folder listed as FBI cast on 1.101. And can you tell us which devices that you were referring to that you examined data for?
Yeah, so again, I was asked to analyze 3 different phones. We see those phone numbers listed here. One was a Verizon phone, it's in red, T-Mobile phone, which will be in orange or yellow, and then an AT&T device, which is in blue. And then I also received records for, again, a connected car. So this 2022 Ford Explorer, and there's listed the VIN number for that specific vehicle. It had a cell phone with a cell phone number and equipment identifier in the vehicle. So I also reviewed records for that.
And I'm going to go to slide number 2. We've covered.
I apologize. Excuse me, Your Honor. I apologize. Could we get a 5-minute break before we get into this slide, Your Honor?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would step out just for a few minutes, please. All right, jury's out. We'll take 10 minutes. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Burney, I believe when we left off, you were on slide number 2. Can you tell us what information you provided here in this slide?
Yeah, so this slide just shows how I was involved. So I got asked to review the records and conduct the analysis by the GBI and given, again, the 3 cellular device records and the car records to analyze. And then it discusses the methodology, again, using the call detail records and the tower list, putting those things together to get a general area of where a device is. And then it just says, the conclusions will be mapped out on the next slides.
Okay. And can you tell us what is a cell tower?
Yeah, so cell phones connect to what we want to do kind of really through 2 different ways. One, obviously, is we can put our phones in Wi-Fi mode, right, and connect via Wi-Fi. And the second way is through cellular network, so through cell phone towers. What we're going to look at today is the phone's interactions all through the cellular network, which is the vast majority of how cell phones communicate and conduct their business in the United States. So what this is here is on the left-hand side are the most common cell phone towers, that monopole, a tall lattice tower, the guy wire tower, very common in this area because it's a very tall tower that can cover a vast majority of area. And then there's also the structural tower. So basically putting antennas on the sides of buildings or water towers in order to make towers and sectors off of that. Everything on the right-hand side is also a cell phone tower. Now there's no fake cactuses here in Hinesville, but what that shows is that not all cell phone towers are created equal. Some are really, really tall, like the guy wire tower. Some are small, like this fake cactus in Phoenix, Arizona, that's meant to service just a park where they have concerts and other kinds of things like that. So that's what is shown here.
Now, on the top of this, it refers to cell tower sectors. Can you explain to us what a sector is on a tower?
Yeah, so the vast majority of cell phone towers in the United States are what we call sectorized towers, and most of which, the vast majority, probably about 95% of sectorized towers, are 3-sided sectors or towers. So remember when I said the phone company would put a tower in an area to provide coverage in that area? Well, in order to provide more spots for users, they take that one tower and they divide it up into 3 equal sides or sectors. And that gives more spots for customers to enter the tower, basically, or enter their service. So if a tower covers 360 degrees, a full circle, you divide that by 3 sides. So 360 divided by 3 makes each side approximately 120 degrees, which is kind of what you see here on the bottom left. You have like the red side, the blue side, and then the green side. Well, we find out or determine how a sector points directly from the tower list. So again, if I'm analyzing, I look at the call detail records, I see Jay Bernie's phone use AT&T tower 234. I'll go to the tower list. I look out where is 234 because their tower list is uniquely numbered, meaning no number is used twice. So if we're looking for a specific tower, we can go to the tower list and know exactly where that tower is. It's like a fingerprint on their network. Well, not only does it, again, provide the location of the tower, but it says the azimuth or the orientation of the side or the sector. So if we look at the illustration in the middle, again, we see the tower, that's that triangle white shape in the middle. If we're looking at sector number 1, we go to the tower list, it shows sector number 1 points towards 0 degrees north. So if we know that sector is 120 degrees, from north, we can go 60 degrees to the left, put our red line, which we see in the illustration, go 60 degrees to the right, put our other red line, and that gives us the approximate left and right boundaries of that sector. And on the right-hand side, kind of the bottom right, you'll see how it will show on the map. Again, you have the red line on the left, red line on the right. Where those 2 red lines meet kind of the point of the V, it's hard to see, but there's a green dot. That's the cell phone tower. And we know that in our example, the phone used the north side. What did I touch on?
No, I did. I was trying to zoom for you. It doesn't.
On the north side, so we know the approximate or the general area of where that device is. One thing to note is you'll see kind of there's some red shading in between the 2 arms. That just shows you the sides of the V that we're looking at. It doesn't say that's the coverage area of the tower. It's not meant to say that's where the phone is within that small area. It's just saying with these 2 lines of the V, the side that's connected, that's the side we're looking at. Now,
do phone companies share towers?
Yeah, so a cell phone tower can be put in an area, again, where they want to provide coverage. And a lot of our cell phone towers, the actual location is owned by a third party. So this third party will go and put up a pole and say, who wants to put their antennas or who wants to put sectors on the sides of this tower? Maybe AT&T comes and says, hey, we want the top, we want our antennas there. Then T-Mobile says, hey, next level down, we want to put some antennas too. So a tower can be shared by more than one provider. The pole can be shared, but phones are like children, right? We tell children, don't talk to strangers. Well, that's exactly with a cell phone, right? T-Mobile only talks to T-Mobile. AT&T only talks to AT&T.
Can you tell us what's depicted in slide page 5?
So what this is just an example of call out boxes that we'll see. So for every cell phone tower map, there's going to be a box that like this. So the box will have information directly from the call detail records. One thing to note is that this is just an example. There's not a 678 area code within our case. This is just an example put up there. But in the top, we see CID. That stands for cell ID. So what that is that's that unique cell phone tower number. 732392 is the tower number. And then the 16 is the side or in the height or tier of that antenna on the pole. Underneath that, you'll see the date. Again, an example, not for our case, but this was an April 2019 example. Underneath that will be the phone number that's mapped. And then the activity time will be to the right of it in local time. So not all cell phone records are kept in local time. In fact, T-Mobile and AT&T, the ones we're going to look at the most, are kept in what's called UTC time, so a different time. So we have to convert that time. But I say that just to say all the times that you'll see in my analysis are in local Eastern time. And then I'll say the type of activity. All of our activity in this case are data sessions, meaning either the cell phone or the vehicle, the cell phone within the vehicle, we're reaching out to the network and exchanging some kind of data on the network. The next number on the right shows, in this example, 122. That's the compass direction of the sector used, meaning if we're looking at sector number 1, in this case, we know the middle of it is 122. That's where the middle of the sector used is. And then if there was a phone call, the other number would be listed on the right. Again, everything we're going to look at is data sessions. And then you'll see at the kind of the top right there of that blue square or rectangle is a yellow circle with the number 4. And that's just a reference number. So if there's more than one tower shown on my map, there'll be a call out box for tower number 1, a call out box for tower number 2, 3, 4, so forth and so on.
Does that provide sequencing?
It does.
Okay. And did you in fact analyze some data?
I did.
I'm going to slide number 6 at this point. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
Yeah, so again, these are the cell phones and associated users that I was given for each of the numbers, and then their providers. So, you know, obviously of the vehicle, its phone located within the vehicle was using AT&T, as was the blue phone of Mindi, and then had a red phone, which was a Verizon phone associated with Nicholas Kassotis, and then another phone associated with Nicholas Kassotis was a T-Mobile phone, kind of shown here in yellow or orange.
Were all 4 of those devices mapped?
They were.
Okay. Ultimately, were you asked to map specific dates in conjunction with this case?
Yeah, so I reviewed the records for every one of these. And then I focused my analysis on important dates, times, and locations that I was asked to by the investigators.
And did you have any mappable activity for the Verizon device and the blue device associated with Mindi Kassotis?
I did not. So the device ending in 8328, the red device, and the blue device ending in 0847 had no activity during the times I reviewed. So you won't see any of their analysis because there was no activity to map.
So those 2 phones are not part in any way of this presentation?
That's correct.
Okay. And now I'm going to slide 7. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
So again, depicted here is cell phone towers and locations of interest that I was asked to review. One thing to note is you'll see a lot of blue dots and a lot of green dots on here. The blue dots are AT&T towers, and the green dots are T-Mobile towers. Again, you can kind of see what we talked about. In locations where there's more people live and more people work, there's lots of towers together. Look at the downtown Savannah area, right? Towers look like they're right on top of each other. As opposed to you go to more rural parts of this, you'll see that towers get farther apart because there's less people. But on the left-hand side is all the locations that I was asked to review.
Did you also review another location that is referenced with an HD?
I did, Home Depot.
Okay, can you tell us, what do you do when you get an address from a law enforcement agency seeking to map it?
Yeah, so let's say at the top, right, I was given a Bass Pro Shots address and said, hey, can you add this in your analysis? Well, I look up the Bass Pro in the area, make sure that that address is correct, and then that address does exist and where it is approximate to the Bass Pro. So I look at the map, make sure the address puts the marker exactly where Bass Pro is. If I have a place like a residence where, you know, I can't look up, hey, residence for somebody, you know, such and such and put that up there. I just take that address and I put it in and verify that that is a legitimate address and then place the marker on the map.
Okay. And with respect to the other locations, meaning the B1 torso recovered, B2 head recovered, all of those below it, what are those numbers underneath that?
Yeah, so those are latitude and longitude spots. So the investigators, when they found such an item, they would mark the location where that item was recovered, the specific location. So it's basically a GPS coordinate of where that object is or was recovered. Like in the pumping station is located at that specific latitude and longitude.
And do those also get dropped onto this map?
They did. And you can kind of see them all kind of bunched together on the bottom kind of portion of the map with underneath the KF there. Since a lot of these locations are in a closer proximity, they kind of all bunched together on this slide.
And why are they all bunched together in this fashion?
Yeah, because I wanted this slide to show all of the locations from, you know, the Home Depot down to the area where the body parts and the pumping station were. I wanted all on one slide. So that made some of the locations kind of overlap since they are closer together.
I'm going to show you now slide number 8. Can you tell us first, what date and time range were you mapping on this slide?
Yeah, can I orient them to how the
Sure,
slide's laid out?
of course.
Okay, so at the very top, you'll see the date and time period of the slide. So each slide is like a snapshot of time. So this covers obviously November 28th, 2022, between 1:12 p.m. and 1:31 p.m. The next couple slides will be ongoing time periods. So this slide just covers that one time period. At the top left, you'll see the phone number and then again the vehicle that I mapped activity from its call detail records. Underneath that, again, you see green dots, T-Mobile towers, blue dots, AT&T towers. On the far right-hand side, near the top, you see the residence and then the Bass Pro, basically those rectangles. Those are important locations that I was asked to review the phones during this time period as it pertained to those locations of interest.
Can you tell us when the call-out boxes, what is relevant in call-out box number 1?
Yeah, so again, you see 1, and you see it has the yellow circle with the black number 1, and then you see the towers listed there. And then if you look underneath there, you see the activity. So again, the vehicle had a data session that initiated at 1:12 using that tower and sector you see there. And then there's several data sessions from the 4570 cell phone, one at 1:14, 2 at 1:14, and 2, it looks like at 1:26, I think. That's correction, 1:28.
So these are local time, you said, correct?
These are all in local time.
Okay, so that number 1 where we see the sector that you were referring to, they were previously the 2 red lines, they are now, is that black?
One is black for the vehicle, and then the other is that yellow or orange for the cell phone.
Okay, and is that call-out box that's in the bottom right of that slide, is that depicted somewhere else on the map itself?
It is, it's showing the towers from number 1.
So what does that letter B reference?
The B, as you can see on the top right, is the Bass Pro Shops.
So what conclusions were you able to draw from the call-out box number 1 and the tower number 1?
Yeah, that both the vehicle and the cell phone, ending in 4570, had data sessions that used towers and sectors that were in close proximity to the Bass Pro Shops between 1:12 and 1:28 p.m.
And were you asked to look at that specific time for a reason?
I was, and you can kind of see the snapshot on the left-hand side. I was told that there was a purchase, and attached is a copy of a receipt. Kind of see on the left-hand side there. And the time listed on the receipt is November 28th, 2022 at 13:23, which is 1:23 Eastern time.
Okay, PM.
Correct.
And was that consistent with what you found in Tower 1, box call-out 1 as well?
It is.
And can you tell us what is in call-out box 2?
Yeah, so again, 2 is a different tower and sector, and we see that the vehicle had a data session at 1:31, and that vehicle is now appears to have moved northbound away from the tower it used at 1:12. At 1:31, the vehicle appears to have traveled north from its original location.
Can you tell us, just so we're clear, what exactly is a data session?
Yeah, so a data session is on a device, anything from one of 2 things. It can be user generated, right? We can be on there surfing the internet, streaming audio or video, but it can also be refreshing. So things in the background of your phone, refreshing. So if you're like me in your Internet Explorer, however you get to the internet on your phone, if you open it up, I got like 40 tabs underneath there, right? I don't close things out. I don't know, but some of those things refresh as the phone sits there. So that would be a data session. The phone is interacting with the tower, transmitting data back and forth. So we can see the tower and sector used during that data session. Well, that's the same with the vehicle, right? Vehicles, some interact and check in with the network more than other vehicles. It's proprietary information. Maybe Nissan's interested in this and Ford's interested in this. So they set their phones to send this information during that time period. Fords historically are very chatty on the network, meaning they love to transmit information, which we'll see here in the next couple of slides.
So again, just to make sure, the orange coloring is the phone device for the phone ending in 4570, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the black numbers in those call-out boxes would be the Ford vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm now turning to slide number 9. Can you tell us what you placed on this slide?
Yeah, so again, this is same kind of layout. On November 29th here of 2022, we're looking at between 8:33 a.m. and 9 a.m. Same phone ending in 4570, the orange or yellow, and then the black is the vehicle. And then on the right-hand side, we have the residence again, but now we also added the location of a Home Depot on East Victory Drive, which is the yellow box with the letters HD in it.
And what did you find about tower location 1 by the residence?
Yeah, so there's vehicle data sessions that are initiated at 8:33 and 8:42, which would be consistent with the vehicle being at or in the vicinity of the residence. And then we see that device have its next data session at 8:58, which is tower number 3, the black device. Again, now that's over near the Home Depot. And then in between those at 8:54 and 9 o'clock, we have data sessions for the phone. Again, that orange phone, again, in the vicinity of the Home Depot.
Can you explain why number 2 and number 3 are facing each other?
Yeah, so again, these are 2 different networks. So one is AT&T, the vehicle, and one is T-Mobile, that's the phone. So they may share the same tower, but they don't necessarily do that all the time. In fact, most of the time they don't. So what we might see is, T-Mobile has its antenna for an area over on this side, on the right-hand side, but to cover the same area, AT&T might put its tower on the left-hand side. Again, it's just how the phone companies decide to put their towers. But one significant factor, obviously, is there's 3 activities, 2 from the phone and 1 from the car, 8:54 from the vehicle, from the phone, 8:58 from the car, and then 9 o'clock from the phone. Again, both of those are kind of pointing in the same general area. One's opening to the right, and one is opening to the left with the Home Depot in the middle.
And were you asked specifically to look at that time frame for a particular reason?
I was, and you'll see on the right-hand side, again, is a snippet of a receipt on November 29th of 2022 at 8:56 a.m., a purchase of something. I don't know.
Okay. And that purchase and that date and time was what caused you to look for the activity of the data sessions for that date and time?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And that activity put that vehicle and the device in the vicinity of what?
Of the Home Depot, starting at 8:54 and ending at around 9 o'clock. Those last 2 interactions.
Now, with respect to call out box 1, can you tell us that CID that's in the top, what is that?
So the CID, so again, that's 740384. That's that unique tower number.
And is that tower number in the vicinity of what?
That tower is in the vicinity of the residence.
And the residence being, would that be the address that you have on the top right corner?
It is 311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
And I'm now going to show you slide number 10. What is depicted here?
So again, still on the 29th, between 9:09 and 9:42. Same 2 phone, 1 vehicle, and same locations of interest, the Home Depot and the residence shown here. And then obviously you have all the dots from the blue cell phone towers and the green towers. But what this shows is basically movement of both the device and the vehicle. Starting at the first activity at 9:09, you can see tower number 1 has activity of both the vehicle and the car. And then we see interactions from both the vehicle and the car as the devices move westbound, most likely on 16, and then southbound on most likely 95, with this slide ending on tower number 5 at 9:42 a.m. The vehicle and phone appear to be headed south on 95.
And so would it be fair to say that you're able to track essentially movement?
Absolutely.
And how do you do that specifically?
Yeah, if you know a phone used a tower in a sector at a specific time periods, you can see, hey, if it used this one, 10 minutes later, it used one to the right, further to the right, another 10 minutes later. We know that the device traveled in that direction in order to use those towers at specific time periods.
Would that be even more prevalent, for example, if the device is a car? And I say device, in this case, I mean the cellular card is associated with a car?
Correct.
Okay. I'm now moving to slide number 11. Can you tell us what's depicted at slide number 11?
Yeah, so here, again, 9 at the top, 9:59 to 12:03 p.m., still on the 29th. Still the same phone and same vehicle, orange for the phone, black for the vehicle. Now we have a lot of locations of interest listed on the right-hand side. You see in red is basically the various body parts and where the knife was found. And then there's also a purple or pink square representing a pumping station there. And then if you look at the activity of the device, I'm going to look at my slides because that yellow's hard to see. So if you look at the time periods, you'll see the device uses tower number 1, which again is off 95 there. At 9:59, it uses the northeast side, so kind of the right-hand side. And then at 10:04 and 10:05, now it's using the left-hand side. And we can tell that because in that box, it may be hard to see, but the last 2 numbers, one says 86 for the 9:59 activity. Well, an azimuth of 86 is basically east, because 90 degrees would be due east. And then the 240 is going to be basically south and west. So we can tell which of these sides the phone used at specific times based off of the azimuths there. And then we also, in that same general area at 10:02, have activity on tower number 2 for the vehicle. And we see, again, that all located in the same area there.
Would it be fair to say then that because there's data sessions for the vehicle and data sessions for that wireless number, that both of those are interacting with the tower at the same times that are listed in those call-out boxes?
Well, they're definitely interacting with the towers at these specific times.
Would the phone itself and the car then have to be in the vicinity of that tower for that to occur?
That's correct. Yeah, in the footprint of it.
Okay. And with respect to these dates and times, that very last number that is the degrees that it's facing, is that correct?
The degrees, the azimuth of the sector is facing, correct.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that that's able to tell you the movement direction of the vehicle and the device?
Objection waiting.
It is, but it doesn't suggest an answer. Just try to avoid that, counsel.
Will do.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, normally if you see a change in azimuth, it either means one of 2 things. So there's overlap between towers and overlap between sides, meaning these are mobile devices, right? They're meant to be moved everywhere. So the way they make a network is the cell phone tower on the right, and you got a cell phone tower on the left. But what they don't want is those coverage areas to stop and not touch each other, right? Because then when we drive from the right to the left, we lose coverage. We get our call hang up before we enter the next sector. We get pretty mad about that as customers. But what they want to do is overlap the towers a little bit. So that way, when you're traveling from the right to the left, you're in sector number 1, you're in the overlap, handing over to sector or tower number 2, and then in tower number 2. So when we see different azimuths on one tower, it's one of two things. It's either the phone sits in the overlap of the sides or sectors, or the device is moved from one side of the tower to the other.
Does box number 3 assist in making that determination?
Very much so.
Explain how.
Yeah, because in box number 1, right, we see at 9:59, it used the right-hand side of tower number 1. And then at 10:04 and 10:05, we see the phone use the left-hand side of tower number 1. Well, if you look at tower number 3 at 10:15, the phone used tower number 3, which is farther to the left. So we can then deduce that the phone started at the right and moved to the left.
And are there times for those data sessions in call out box 3?
There are.
And what were those?
So there's 10:15, 2 of them, 10:15:50, 10:15:51. And then the next ones are 12:03:57 and 12:03:58.
Can you explain to the jury why there's such a large gap in that time?
Yeah, so as we've kind of seen through the analysis, data sessions check in at various times and dates. But if you look through the course of the records, which I did, it's normally checking in every, sometimes a lot, but the vast majority at least once an hour. But what we see here is you have a gap of about 2 hours, which could be indicative of a couple things. One is the device could have been turned off. Therefore, there's no check-ins between the device and the network because the device is powered off. The device could have been put in Wi-Fi mode, so only only Wi-Fi mode, taking it off the cellular network. Or number 3, it could have been in a spot where there's no cell phone coverage at all.
If there were no cell phone coverage, would you have seen those data sessions that are depicted therein? That box?
No, there's definitely network or coverage areas at 10:15 and 12:03, and we're going to see some drive test data. We drove all the areas basically in the middle of the map here, and you'll see there's coverage areas all throughout. Maybe not the best, but there are coverage areas all through there.
And you did drive testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean you were physically on the ground in this area?
That's correct.
Was this rural or urban?
It is very rural.
Okay.
In fact, we had to get keys to get some gates open because there were locked gates and just vast majority of land. In fact, there's an impact area out there too.
Okay. And can you tell us what is depicted in number 4?
Number 4 is the next time after. So if we're looking at the vehicle at 10:02, you see it used tower number 2. So right where 95 is down there. And the next activity on the vehicle is at 10:21. And then we see it use tower number 4 between 10:21 and 11:54. During that time period, it also uses tower number 2 twice, once at 10:33 and once at 10:34.
So all of those data sessions that are listed in box 4, do they tell you anything as to the vicinity of the vehicle at the times listed there?
Yeah, we know that it's in the general area that would be provided by tower number 3. So again, can't draw on here, but it's basically an area, reaching out from tower number 4 to an area of overlap of its next towers. And we see kind of the next AT&T tower. If we're looking down from 4, the next tower is number 2. But if you look left of tower number 2, all the way to the blue dot to the left of number 3. So again, in between number 4 and the blue dot on the left of number 3, somewhere in there is going to be the handover between those 2 towers.
Okay. And so what does that mean with respect to the vehicle sessions in respect to the waypoints you listed for B1, 2, 3, 4, and where the knife was found?
Yeah, so all of those locations, the closest AT&T tower and sector to it are tower number 4 and the sector shown.
And was that vehicle in the vicinity of tower 4 at the time period between between 10:21 a.m. and 11:54 a.m.?
Correct, it was.
Now tell us what is in box 5.
So again, the vehicle uses box 5, checks in a data session, 2 of them at 10:33 and 10:34.
Would that also demonstrate any overlap?
Yeah, there's going to be overlap between tower 4 and tower 5. Maybe a little bit more than halfway, right? There's going to be some overlap between the 2 of those. And this will, again, the footprints will make more sense when we see the drive test data in a minute.
Now, were you able to determine what happened after 12:03 p.m.?
Oh, there was more on that slide. I wasn't sure.
My apologies. I'll go back. Please tell us, what did I fail to inquire? Oh, the top left side of the map. Can you tell us what the video at the pump station referenced?
Yeah, so I put a yellow square up there on the left-hand side, and it just says that I was notified that there was.
What's the state's response?
I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Is there a reason that you mapped a particular area between 11:16 a.m. and 12 p.m.?
Yes.
Why did you map that area without telling us what was said?
Yeah, I'm at that area because there was video of a Ford Explorer collected near that pumping station, which is the pink box with the letters PS.
And where is that PS in relation to Tower 4?
You see it in the middle of the map. Again, Tower 4 and the sector used is the closest tower and sector, AT&T wise, to the pumping station.
And with that vehicle identification number for that 2022 Ford Explorer data, put that where in relationship to the pumping station?
Yeah, so again, it used the data on tower number 4 between 10:21 and 11:54.
Thank you. I'm now going to slide 12. Can you tell us what this depicts?
Yeah, so this is between 12:07 and 3:03 p.m. And it basically shows the first interaction is at 12:07 from the orange, basically the cell phone, at tower number 1. And then you can see interactions between the phone and the car and various towers as the device and vehicle move northbound, most likely on I-95. And then eventually there's a vehicle data session at 2:03 in the vicinity of the residence.
Now, just to be clear, this box, the call-out box number 1, that reflected what time?
12:07 p.m.
Is that the cellular device itself, the phone, or is that the car?
That is the cellular device.
And I'm going back one moment to slide 11. When was the last time the phone was captured in the vicinity, time-wise, of this area?
12:03 p.m.
And so that gap of time that you were referring to, when did that attribute to? What time?
Between 10:15 a.m. and 12:03 p.m. on the 29th.
So that's when there were no data sessions?
Correct.
On the phone, to be specific?
Correct.
Were there those data sessions we just described on the vehicle, though?
Yes, you see that in most of those we're using tower number 4, the sector shown.
Would that be about in the middle of the screen?
It is, that's correct.
Now going back to slide 12, can you tell if there's anything relevant about specifically call out box 8 with respect to the vehicle data session?
Yeah, so again, that's a tower and sector in the vicinity of the residence, and the number 740384, that tower number is the same one we saw on page number 9, kind of zoomed in, the one that was closest to the residence.
And that would be the same tower that was picking up on both of those times?
Same tower, yes.
I'm now going to talk to you a little bit about the drive testing. You indicated that you did do drive testing?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell us where specifically you drove tested?
Yeah, so I specifically wanted to map out 4 different towers to make sure we understood the footprint of those towers on the dates in November of 2022.
Okay. And so tower number, I'm on now slide number 14. What did you display here?
Yeah, so again, at the top, it shows that we drove test an AT&T tower. You see the cell ID, so it's the same 740350-224. And you'll see on the left-hand side, that's the same call-out box that was shown on the previous slide, page number 11, and it was tower number 5 on that slide. And then on the right-hand side, we still have the locations of interest, all the body parts plus the pumping station. And then I show all the blue dots for AT&T devices. So this kind of amoeba that we're looking at here shows the footprint of the coverage area. So the dark purple in the middle is what we would call a dominant coverage area. So it's the strongest coverage area for that tower and sector. You'll see on the boundaries of the dark purple is light purple. That's that coverage area or the overlap area. Remember how I said there's overlap between towers and sectors. So we see some of that overlap area would be the light pink or purple kind of area listed there. So this goes to show that the coverage area for this tower, represented by the yellow circle number 5, and you'll see the coverage area includes everything underneath it, plus locations around where the body parts were discovered.
Would it be fair then to say whether this does or does not provide coverage from that vehicle to the vicinity where those parts were recovered at those times?
It does. Some of them were in the overlap area, but yes, there's overall coverage to that area from this tower represented by number 5.
And I'm now looking at slide number 15. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
So again, I looked at the AT&T tower 740626-17, and you'll see on the left-hand side, I pulled a call-out box from page number 11, and the tower number kept it the same, tower number 4. And so you'll see the times that tower is used between 10:21 and 11:54. And then you see the coverage area. So in this case, it's represented by yellow. So the dark yellow, basically the center of the tower and sector, is the dominant coverage area for that tower. And then the lighter yellow would be some of that overlap area.
What is your opinion as to the vicinity of the Ford 2022 Ford with respect to 10:21 a.m. to 11:54 a.m. on November 29th of 2022?
Yeah, during the time periods listed on the left, which were those time periods, you'll see the dominant coverage area, which is the most likely location of this device, i.e. the Ford, during those time periods.
And now there are 2 additional drive test areas in these slides. Is that correct?
There
Or
are.
3. Did you test other waypoints?
I did. So I also tested 2 T-Mobile towers for the device. Ending in 4570, which is the cell phone. So again, you'll see at the top, T-Mobile cell 2734777-3. You can see on the bottom right-hand side that it's the same tower number. And you'll see this tower and sector was used at 10:04 and 10:05 p.m. on the 29th.
And those times were with respect to the device itself as opposed to the car?
Correct.
I'm now going to slide 17. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yeah, so again, drive tests for the T-Mobile device, cell phone tower 268.339-61. You'll see the call out box on the left-hand side. There's activities at 10:15, 2 of them, and 12:03, 2 of them. And then you can see this is represented in blue. The dark spot is the dominant area, and then the light blue is that overlap area with other towers.
Now the phone at this point, was that captured during that gap in time?
It was not. So there's no activity on the phone between 10:15 and 12:03 p.m.
Were there any phone calls or text messages at all?
No. So in my review of the call detail records, there's no phone calls or text messages during the time periods I reviewed.
So from the period that is in each of those call out boxes, there are no other phone calls or text messages?
That's correct.
If I can have just one moment.
Good afternoon, Agent Bernie.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
It's good to see you again. It's
Good
been
to see
a few
you.
months. Can we go to slide 6, please? Agent Bernie, this is slide 6 that you prepared, correct?
It is.
And you say that there is no mappable activity during the analyzed period for the 8828 Verizon number, correct?
Yeah, so listed on the bottom, it does say 8828. That's actually a typo. It's supposed to read 8328.
Oh, I wasn't trying to point out your typo. So the 8328 number has no mappable data.
That's correct.
Period. And the 0847 number also has no mappable data, correct?
That's correct.
And from that information, you can't infer that the phone was turned off necessarily, correct?
No, you can't. So especially on the 8328, on the other one, we could maybe see if there were calls incoming. I don't recall if there were calls incoming that went to voicemail. So it is possible to see if a device is off the network based on the call detail records. I'll be honest, I don't recall.
That's fine. Let me put it another way. Could the phone number 8328 been put into airplane mode, for example?
Yes, it could have.
Could it have been put into what you are calling Wi-Fi mode, for example?
It could have pulled it off the network, yes.
And when you say Wi-Fi mode, what do you mean by that? Would you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so Wi-Fi mode is basically pulling the cell phone device off the cellular network and using it only for Wi-Fi calling. So you would only have service when you have Wi-Fi, internet through Wi-Fi.
So if the 8328 number is connected to Wi-Fi, if it's in Wi-Fi mode, it could still be having data communications, correct?
That's correct.
It could be surfing the internet, correct?
Absolutely.
It could be sending and receiving messages, not SMS, not phone messages, but it could be sending and receiving messages in other ways, correct?
Correct.
It could be using Signal to send and receive messages, correct?
Signal, correct, and iMessages.
And iMessages. And the same for the 4570 number, correct? If it was in Wi-Fi mode, it could also be engaging in data communications.
That's correct. Any device taken off of the network, as long as you still have internet in Wi-Fi mode, you can use it. I mean, it's basically a computer, right, in the palms of our hand.
Let's go to slide 9, please. Thank you. Can we look at that Home Depot location that you have marked on this slide for a moment? Cell tower CID 740384-8. That's the one with the number 1. That's an AT&T tower, correct?
It is.
And then also cell tower number 3, CID 744408-9. That's also an AT&T tower, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is that tower directly above the label HD on the map? What kind of tower is that?
That's another AT&T blue dot. So it's another AT&T tower in there.
Okay. And it appears that the blue dot above the HD is closer than the number 3, the cell tower Mark III, correct?
It does. Yep.
Do you know why, when you're sitting here, and I know you don't have all your information, but do you know why the cell phone may have been hitting off of or pinging the tower we'll call the number 3 tower versus the tower above the HD?
Yeah, so again, remember when I started and we showed pictures of towers, not every tower is created equal, right? So some towers are really tall and some could be really short. My guess is the blue dot above HD is meant to service the traffic as it goes through 80 there, and then whatever that cross street is there. So it could be a smaller tower that's meant to cover a smaller area than tower number 3. I don't recall the height of tower number 3 off the top of my head.
But again, as you, I think, testified on your direct, you don't always necessarily hit the closest tower, correct?
Yeah, not always. The vast majority of time we do, but not always.
Can we go to slide 11, please? Thank you. Now, on slide 11, if you look at the box labeled 3, or I guess we'll just call it cell tower 3 at this point, that is the one where the cell phone is pinging off of tower 3, correct? It's connecting to tower 3.
Correct.
And there is that gap between 10:15 and 12:03, correct?
That's correct.
So all you know from it not hitting between 10:15 and 12:03 is that it's not connecting to that tower, correct?
It's not connecting to any tower during 10:15 and 12:03.
Thank you for clarifying that. Not connecting to any tower. Do you know whether the cell phone is on or off by looking at this data?
Not specifically just looking at those two things, no. But again, I was asked to take a look and analyze the records in its entirety. So between 10:15 and 12:03 is a longer period of time than what was normal for the vehicle correction, for the cell phone to check in with data sessions. So I can't specifically say that the device is off. All I can say is that that time period seems much longer than normal for the device.
Can we please go to slide 14? Let me ask you about the drive tests. It sounds like, but I want to make sure. Are you the one that conducted the drive tests?
I am.
Okay. When did you conduct the drive tests?
It was in 2023, end of 2023, I think October of 2023.
Okay, so approximately, we'll say 10 months after.
Correct, yeah, it was somewhere on just under a year, correct.
And when you well, let me ask another question then. The cell towers that you are showing on all of your slides in your presentation, are those the way the towers exist today, back in 2022, in 2023? When are those cell towers in existence?
Yeah, so the towers shown on the maps are all from 2022, November of 2022.
Okay, but the mapping you did was 10 months later, correct?
The drive test.
Drive test,
correct,
drive test. But based on your knowledge, training, and experience, you believe that that drive test would also be accurate for back in this time frame that you're analyzing in late 2022, correct?
Correct, yeah. And part of the reason I say yes is because I review the tower list from 2023, November time period, to when I drove test, which again, I believe was November of 2022, when the incident to when I drove test in 2023. I reviewed those two tower lists to see if there were any changes in the area in which I'm going to drive test. So if there's been a change and now there's 5 more towers in the middle of that area, then doing a drive test would be no good, right? Because we're going to get the things that are today or the time period in 2023, not back in 2022. So I reviewed those two tower lists to make sure that there wasn't any tower changes in both AT&T and T-Mobile in the area in which I drove test.
Okay. And remaining on slide 14, you have the AT&T, which I believe is the vehicle, correct?
It is.
You have the AT&T pinging off the tower 5, at 10:33:59 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Where within that purple area is the vehicle at 10:33:59 a.m.?
Yeah, I can't say specifically where. All I can say is that it is most likely in the dominant or darker colored coverage area.
So you don't know, looking at this data that you've received from AT&T, that the vehicle was anywhere near where the torso was recovered, for example?
Well, your term anywhere
near. Can you be more specific?
Yeah.
Can you tell whether it was within a mile of there by looking at this drive map?
I can say that it could have been. I can't say with definity that it was. Because again, you can.
I'm sorry, I want to let you.
Yeah, because again, you can see the coverage area. So it's somewhere within the darker shaded, most likely, because the other is some overlap area between those two.
And I don't have a pointer that works on this, but it could also be at the southernmost area of the dominant area that you've highlighted in the darker purple, correct?
It could have been, but I say it's probably not, more so because of the activity around these two. So you got 10:33 and 10:34. Well, it used tower number 4, again, in this slide, the one near Riceboro, which is kind of on the right-hand side, that's tower number 4 right there. So it uses tower number 4 before 10:21 and after at 10:41. So I would probably put the device in the northern eastern side of the drive test if you were to ask me based on my training and experience.
But it could be anywhere within the drive test area?
If you look solely at the drive test results and not the other things together, then yes, it could have been anywhere within it. But you also have to look at the things on the outside.
I understand.
Yeah.
If we could go to slide 15, please. This is the drive test area for cell tower 4, correct?
It is.
And once again, for cell tower 4, that vehicle that has the AT&T, I guess, modem in it, I don't know what to call it, the AT&T cellular transmitter in it, that could be anywhere within the dominant or even not the dominant region of that you've highlighted here, correct?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, I would say based on the amount of times and the time periods in between some of those times, it's most likely in the dominant. If it was in the other, we'd probably see it jumping off of other towers if it was in the overlap period more so. But yes, it could be anywhere within the dominant shaded area.
So cell tower data like this that you're using, it can tell you regions, areas in which the cell tower could be located, correct?
Yeah, that's why with this data, we tend to say general location. I've said it probably 100 times, right? The general location of a device, because we can't be specific and say it's on this side of the street versus this side of the street with this data we have for this.
But it's not like where I pull out my cell phone and I pull up Google Maps and it shows a point on my cell phone and it says, okay, I am here.
Correct. Yeah, it's not GPS. The phone companies actually don't track your GPS. They don't care where you are with that definitive amount of purpose. Now, an app or Google may, but the phone company is looking at the towers and sectors that you use.
Thank you very much, Special Agent Bernie.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Agent. You're excused.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes. If I could see counsel briefly at the bench, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will conclude today's testimony, but I want to update you on our predictions about the length of this trial. It appears that it's going, and this is based on discussions I've had with the attorneys. We are now optimistic that the presentation of evidence will end in the next couple of days. I can't tell you exactly when, but we think this trial will probably be concluded by the end of the week. I can't guarantee that. I just wanted to bring you up to date. And with regard to scheduling, we have a couple of witnesses that are traveling in from out of town tomorrow. So based on the schedule that the attorneys have indicated to me, you can come in a little later tomorrow. So if you would be here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and that'll give us time to have some of these out-of-town witnesses get here. So have a good evening. Again, I ask you to please abide by the instructions with regard to access to media accounts, and we will see you again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. All right, the jury's out. We're adjourned until tomorrow morning. Thank you.